Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call to order this meeting, the Placer County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 27th. We begin this board meeting, as we do all our board meetings, with a salute to our country's flag, and I'm going to ask my esteemed colleague from District 1 to lead us in the pledge, please. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, consent calendar. I understand council has an item that they want to have pulled.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we need to pull 16E as an Edward off consent.
All righty. 16E, okay. All right, any action for that today, or just be brought back at another time?
No, we can take action on it today. The roster
Separately?
was incorrect.
Okay.
The memo is correct,
All right.
so that's why I have to pull
Perfect,
it.
we'll just do it separately then. Any other board members or CEO, any consent items pulled for discussion? Okay, and any members of the public, anything on the consent calendar that somebody would like pulled for discussion? Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Cheryl Berkema from Granite Bay. The item I wanted to talk about was the farm and winery ordinance budget
Do
ask.
you have an item number for us, please? 17C?
I don't know.
So the Environmental Impact Report Preparation Services Winery and Farm Brewing Zoning
Yes.
Text Amendment, that
Yes.
one? Okay. All right.
So what I wanted to
No,
bring,
hold 1 second. We'll pull the item, we'll act on the rest of consent, we'll come back to that item, okay?
okay,
So just hang out 1 second, you just sit right in the front row there, and we'll come back to that item shortly. Anybody else have anything they want to have pulled for discussion? All right, seeing none, we've removed items 16E and 17C. Do we have a motion on remainder of consent?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, Gustafson, second Holmes. Roll call, please. No, he actually chimed in, I think, just before you on the budget there. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Boy, let her do the pledge, and then all of a sudden she wants some. Jeez.
Can I call?
Yes, go ahead with the roll call now, please. I think we're ready.
Gore, Wygant, Holmes, Gustafson, Euler.
Aye, thank you. All right, let's go to the 16E item, please.
Mr. Chair, 16E is appointments to the Roosevelt Veterans Memorial Hall. The memo is correct in terms of identifying those that are proposed for appointment. The roster was incorrect. There is a corrected roster on by your places, and I ask that you move for approval on this with the amended roster.
All right, any discussion by board members? Any discussion by the public? Seeing none, it's a pleasure of the board.
Second.
We have motion Gore and second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None, thank you. All right, item 17C. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself. Try to limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
okay. The winery and farm brewery zoning text
Sorry, I
amendment
need your name
contract.
for the record.
Cheryl Berkema.
Thank you.
The winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment contract should not be amended to include additional taxpayer money. The ordinance is vague and fails to answer the following questions. Restaurant is an encompassing term. It was mentioned at the MAC that panini presses and microwaves would be allowed. Restaurant is not defined in this ordinance. Will language be provided within the ordinance prohibiting full-service meals, kitchens, catering, resulting in a restaurant business? Code enforcement would have a difficult time prohibiting an event center from opening a full kitchen providing restaurant-quality meals. Again, mitigations are not funded and feasible. Accessory use. Can you please clarify how code enforcement can follow up on complaints of unlimited events, which would make events the primary and accessory use of a winery brewery? For unlimited, can you please explain how it can be determined that unlimited events can be analyzed for cumulative impacts on traffic, sewer, noise, and emergency response? It would seem, for example, that allowing the proposed winery, Sear Winery, with a couple hundred people, event center, unlimited events could have significant impacts on traffic along Cabot-Stallman. The Sear Winery is on the CEQA active projects list today, yet it was not included in the study. In fact, mathematically unlimited implies infinite, which would make each and every cumulative impact significant and unavoidable. This is a very confusing text, and I think it needs clarification. Please clarify how an event is an extension of an agricultural use. While agricultural facilities are granted the right to have promotional events, extending them the right to become event centers would appear to be a new use with an entirely different commercial function. How is it determined that only western portion of Placer County would be analyzed for cumulative impacts if the ordinance is county-wide? With the proposed winery in Granite Bay and a large number of parcels north of Cavett-Stallman along Douglas Sierra College Boulevard, a reasonable person can conclude that unlimited events would have significant impacts on traffic, septic, sewer, and emergency response. Please place my comments on the public record. And again, I think with the fire situation, affordable housing, that these special interest ordinances are really not appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, your light's still on. Did you have anything?
No, I
Yeah,
had
go
some
ahead.
comments. It should be noted that the item that is on consent is an amendment to the EIR contract for the consultant, Rainey and Associates, to complete the environmental review. This is not the ordinance itself. The comments that were raised should be submitted directly to CEDRA for inclusion. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer. I also notice that Nikki Estrigan from CEDRA is here as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson.
Well, I was just going to comment that the way I understood this, it is actually due to the level of comments that we've received that we're asking for additional consultant support on this effort, and that is exactly
correct.
in alignment with her testimony.
Yes, and it's not uncommon that we do have need additional monies on a contract in order to fully respond to the comments received on an EIR.
Okay, any board members, any other comments or questions? Any members of the public? Do we have a motion on the item? There was a motion, Holmes, and a second, Gore, on item 17C. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you very much. Okay, having dispensed with consent, we move into public comment. This is the time when members of the public can address the board on any items not on our agenda today. If it pertains to an item on the agenda, please hold your comments. You'll get the time. Otherwise, go ahead, step forward, identify yourself, and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Good morning. My name is Judy Eisman. I'm a resident of North Auburn. Good morning, Placer County Board of Supervisors, county staff, and guests. As a member of Protect Rural Placer, a grassroots organization dedicated to protecting and preserving rural Placer County, today's statement to you is twofold. One, to inform you about the Placer County's notice of availability for the Hidden Falls Regional Park Expansion, SEIR, and CUP. The other is a request. Over a year ago in 2018, Placer County contacted 6,000 residences residing in the surrounding area via the U.S. mail about the proposed Hidden Falls Regional Park expansion through a notice of preparation. Now let's fast forward 14 months when Protect Rural Placer learns that the Placer County Parks Division will be releasing the SEIR at the end of August and contacting only those residences within 300 feet of the project and individuals who are on the current contact list, about 300 people, many of whom these are duplicate contacts. This notification process is a state mandate. This means those families who are not on the contact list and reside outside the 300-foot boundary will not receive personal notification and must rely on social media, local newspapers, and informed residences to receive the updates about actions concerning the SEIR and impact the expansion project will have on the community. Placer County Parks Division has also informed Protect Rural Placer that the minor use permit has been upgraded to a conditional use permit due to the size of the Hidden Falls Regional Park. An excerpt from the criteria for a CUP includes, could create serious problems for adjoining properties, the surrounding area, and their populations if such uses are not appropriately located and designed. It goes on to say to provide the public with an opportunity to review the proposed project and express their concerns. Supervisors, these 6,000 residences are the public in this surrounding area. Placer County has already spent millions of dollars since 2009 on new acquisitions of properties and easements for the proposed expansion project, and a projected $18 million for future expenditures related to the proposed expansion. Hundreds of thousands more dollars have been spent on consultants. Now it appears there are no funds remaining to notify the original 6,000 residents who may be affected by the proposed expansion, as this will break Placer County's budget or impact funding for Placer Lands Trust event, as noted in today's consent agenda under item 23C. Supervisors, my request to you is to ensure that these 6,000 residences will also receive a notification of availability via U.S. mail about this project. On behalf of Protect Rural Placer, your affirmative direction to the Parks Division to notify the public, these 6,000 residents in our rural ag community, is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Jasper. I'm speaking on behalf of Public Interest Coalition and the Sierra Club. Wineries, breweries, cideries, roadside stands, and their functional equivalent tasting rooms are fine in rural residential ag and farm zones, but only if agriculture is the primary operation. For over 13 years, different iterations of the winery ordinance impacts have been debated. Noise, traffic, private roads, hours of operations, number of events, code enforcement, etc. But unlimited events, weddings, and commercial kitchens in rural residential areas have never been on the table. They are now. The county's proposed winery, farm brewery ordinance allows wine and beer facilities to not only operate as de facto commercial event venues in rural residential communities, which is bad enough, but also avoids compliance with the county's ag event center ordinance passed relatively recently. CEQA's mandate clearly requires evaluating a project as a whole. A county-wide project cannot be arbitrarily chopped up to evaluate impacts in a limited, cherry-picked area, which is what this wine beer draft EIR incorrectly does. I can plant 2 acres of required related crops in any county residential farm or ag zone, have my tasting room hold unlimited events, weddings, and commercial kitchen activities, restaurant. My crop's growth, the soil, the microclimate, et cetera, doesn't matter because I don't have to use anything from my crops as ingredients in my wine or beer. Bottom line, my profits are from my non-ag operations. Unlimited events, weddings, and dinners, incompatible in rural residential farm zones. The draft EIR evaluated one study area as if that's going to be the county's only rural residential community subject to unacceptable impacts. This proposed ordinance needs to be torpedoed, and there's going to be much more to come because I don't think you can get through 1,500 plus pages of the draft EIR, plus possibly another 500 from the final. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Jane Wurst. I am speaking to you on behalf of Protect Rural Placer and the rural residents in North Auburn and Lincoln. We are turning to you, our supervisors, because you represent the citizens. As Judy stated, when the SEIR for the Hidden Falls Expansion Project is released, the County Parks Department only plans to send notification letters and dates of public hearings to families within 300 feet of the project, even though 15 months ago they felt it was important to send letters to 6,000 families. This is a drastic reduction in notification and does not seem right, given the number of concerns, issues, and red flags that have caused the SEIR to go from a projected 4 months to 14 months. If it was so important to notify 6,000 families in 2018, why isn't it even more important to notify all those families now? As you are aware, the Paradise campfire consumed the length of one football field every second, 300 feet. Since the expansion of trails is in a wildland-urban interface, we hope you are as shocked as we are that they believe that 300 feet is adequate notification. The Hidden Falls expansion is a county project, so unlike a private developer who complies with the minimum requirement of notification, the county should be representing the best interests of the residents. Is looking out for our safety and well-being first and foremost to you? Given that the proposed Hidden Falls expansion will have such a significant impact on the area's agriculture and rural residents with wildfire danger, home and fire insurance, road safety, trespassing, and crime issues, we hope that you believe, as we do, that the county has a responsibility to inform in writing every family along Big Hill Road, Garden Bar, Mount Pleasant, Mears, Bell, Kramer, Lone Star, Auburn Valley, Country Club Lane, and every offshoot road. With the SEIR scheduled to come out later this week, time is of the essence. We are asking you to please take responsibility and action today that will ensure that your constituents are informed in writing about the SEIR and public hearings. All of the original 6,000 plus every household on the roads mentioned above should be notified. This is an opportunity for you, our supervisors, to demonstrate that you value these communities and the residents. Thank you for your timely action on this request. Please accept my comments as part of the permanent record of this meeting.
Thank you. All right. After Ms. Berkema, is there anybody else that wants to address the board this morning before just you? Okay. And we still have Tahoe waiting for us as well, and then a number of timed items. So
Cheryl Berkema. I'm here to raise the issue for the lack of budget statement for public review. The proposed budget for 2020 was recently presented by the CEO's office and pre-approved as an outline. Government accounting and finance reporting standards aim to address the need for public accountability information by helping stakeholders assess how public resources are acquired and used, whether current resources were sufficient to meet current service costs, and whether the same costs were shifted to future taxpayers, and whether the government's ability to provide services improved or deteriorated from the previous year. The lack of a budget for public review fails to meet generally accepted accounting principles. On behalf of the citizens of Placer County, I am making the request that the budget be released to the public and time to review it prior to the budget coming up for final approval. The failure to disclose information to the public indicates a lack of transparency and deliberate failure to be held accountable to the public. You took an oath of office to bear the faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you would well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office. The lack of transparency is a pattern of practice by Placer supervisors. Some of the major areas of concern for Placer budget process. The format of the budget was changed. Changing the format is contrary to generally accepted accounting principles, the principle of consistency. Making it difficult for citizens to review the document promotes lack of traceability and is evasive. Budget schedules do not provide detailed accounting funds like they used to. The Capital Facilities Fund, 56-something million. The same is true of the Public Ways and Facilities Fund, which has a line item for 61 million. The concern here is that hidden in these funds could be the potential for slush funds that can be used to accommodate and hide unexpected expenses. Another concern is extraordinarily excessive spending by the Community Development Resource Agency, CDRA. which regulates land use and development. This spending is the egregious spending above and beyond the legally adopted budget. Almost every week, CDRA comes out with a new fund that is just blanketly approved by the Board of Supervisors. I didn't have time to go out and actually add them all up, but again, you had a legally approved budget and you've egregiously went overboard on the spending. Another area of concern was raised by a citizen recently was on the questionable activity surrounding a large raise and the process used to obtain the raise on the budget. I am requesting the detailed and full budget be released to the public and a forensic audit be performed to account for the anomalies listed above. Please place my item on the record for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for anybody who's interested, since January, our board has probably had 8 hours of public discussion on our budget. It's all viewable and available, and the full budget is available online for anybody that's interested. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Patty Neifer, and I've lived in Penryn for about 35 years. It's Supervisor Holmes's district, and I'm just here to thank the entire board for being proactive and being so informed about the fire safety issues in Placer County. You get out in front of everything. You've conducted community meetings, fire safe councils. Supervisor Holmes has attended hundreds of community meetings, and I really appreciate the detail that you've put into finding out what the community needs. Obviously, we are in a rural area that needs fire protection is very, very important. And I know Supervisor Holmes has been involved in this for many, many years and brings people together, looks at a strategic plan, and really looks out for the citizens of Placer County, rural Placer County, and is working with not only rural, unincorporated Placer County, but also the city and the town departments. And I just want to say that we really, really appreciate that, and we feel that we have an advocate in the Board of Supervisors. And my husband happens to serve on one of the fire boards. He's been a volunteer in the community in fire service for 25 years, so I see firsthand what goes on, and it's a heartfelt thank you to the Board of Supervisors for everything that you're doing proactively and strategically for the citizens.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and jump up to Tahoe and take Tahoe public comment.
Good morning. Ellie Waller, North Tahoe West Area Plan team member, public comment for the record. With the spectacle of the fake demo of the Tahoe City Lodge completed, one wonders when is the real demolition scheduled to occur? The permit was issued in July and expires July 2021. A recent Sierra Sun article states the project is slated to begin construction next spring. The article also states it's a 118-room boutique hotel. The article neglects to state that the 78 rooms are condo hotel type for sale and will become part of the pool. This project could have been built if the area plan zoning was followed at 56 units, not double density, in a very confined location. Furthermore, the development team has not disclosed the phasing of the creative zoning high-density project. Build the hotel first. 40 units. The community has asked for a hotel. Also not clearly stated in the article is the lawsuits have purpose. Number one, to attain traffic management for the area through a plan by Nelson Nygaard. The other one over private property rights violations and inability to come to terms on the settlement agreement. Tahoe City Lodge applicant Samir Tuma is not a very nice neighbor for leaving dumpsters, trash, old furniture, and glass on the neighbor's private property, even before the demolitions. I sent those pictures to you Monday. Back to the Placer County process issues and requirements to complete demolition is due diligent for permit extensions upon extensions upon extensions. The Tahoe Inn near State Line, which is providing TAUs to the Homewood Mountain Project, the inn should have been demolished by now. The communities in the basin continue to complain about eyesores and decayed buildings, but no demolition seems to happen. Example is Tonopalo 2, which is now called the Visions. I went to the Planning Commission. Thankfully, they asked for a demolition before the next extension. Of course, you should be reminded that the Ferrari Crown La Lima development project has also neglected their due diligence for several years, and the Falcon, as well as other properties, remain in disrepair with violations. Furthermore, the currently proposed luxury condo project, not a hotel project, was unanimously denied by the NITRAC, with the Planning Commission instructing the La Lima development team to work with the Kings Beach community and try to get some community consensus. Nothing has occurred since the August hearing. I suspect the applicant has requested another Planning Commission hearing, ignoring the commissioner's instructions to gather input from the public. They are expecting a denial so it can be appealed to your board. Would hate to see the La Lima project overturned like Martis Valley West, which is still in litigation. Plaza needs to take action and mandate demolition in a timely manner and have the blight removed before permit extensions are granted. My last comment is back to the Tahoe City Lodge. Persistence, right, Kurt? Maybe someone will listen and support private property rights for the Rudnick family above the wrongful acts and narratives by Samir Tuma. Two TRPAs, Joanne Marquetta, District 5, Cindy Gustafson, Tahoe City PUD, etc. Hoping none of you ever have to defend your private property rights like the Rudnick family have been exposed to and continue to be ostracized for protecting their rights. I state these facts as evidenced by the area plan, creative zoning, and inability of the Tahoe City Lodge to build within their confined area for this oversized project. You'd never see me if you'd follow your rules. Thank you for the opportunity. This is public comment for the record.
Yes, it was. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. Chris Ager of Tahoe City. While I know there is an item on the agenda concerning housing for later today, I would like to speak a few words concerning achievable housing, which is not a part of the later item. In doing so, I am following the philosophy captured in the adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That is, I hope you listen, recognize there is merit in my critique, and instruct county staff to further investigate and understand the implications of and problems with the achievable definition before further implicitly endorsing or acting on the achievable housing standard. I am more than happy to assist in this process. Supervisor Gustafson and her staff have my contact information. About a month ago, I spoke to you noting that the achievable definition, which targets households at up to 195% of area median income, meaning that it includes households in the top 6% of the California income distribution, is, because of this, problematic in and of itself. However, when such a proposal is put into the context of the larger housing issues in our region, it becomes especially so. Consider the following. 63% of the unmet housing need in our region is for households below 120% of AMI. Local funds, which are extremely limited, cannot be leveraged with state and federal grant money to provide housing for the upper missing middle. That is, households ranging from 120 to 195% of AMI. Considering just these, which is to say nothing of numerous other problems with the achievable definition, it means that prioritizing achievable housing is privileging a relatively well-to-do portion of the population, while ignoring the portion of the population where most of the housing need in our area is, and doing so in a way that carries a potentially significant opportunity cost and foregone leverage of other funding sources. To do this seems to fly in the face of any considerations of what is efficient, productive, or equitable. And what would the benefit of doing so be? It's to leave these relatively well-to-do households with a median-priced, detached, single-family home. Should a family that is, quote, struggling to afford a home purchase be buying a median-priced home and not one of the 50% of homes that are below median price? Should a household that can comfortably afford to purchase a single-family townhome be the beneficiary of public largesse so that they can instead buy a detached single-family home? And this is also that this family can avoid being housing cost burdened, which over 40% of households in eastern Placer County are. I cannot for the life of me see our community, once they possess a better understanding of the achievable definition, which I have little doubt in time they will, endorsing it, nor the use of public funds for the, quote, upper missing middle. That being said, it is my understanding that the proposed Dollar Creek Crossing development is being reconsidered, as it rightly should be given the numerous substantive issues with the ill-conceived proposal, some of which I detailed in a letter I sent to you last week. Additionally, the county's last option to extend the escrow period, by my understanding, is rapidly approaching. While I certainly believe the Dollar Creek crossing proposal should be scrapped in its entirety, I also believe that, given the numerous and severe problems with the achievable definition, it would be unacceptably risky to finalize the purchase of the Nahas property, assuming that some more palatable, achievable housing project is imminent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board at this time for board. If there's anybody else, we've done 30 minutes of public comment. We had budgeted 15. If there's anybody that would like to address the board on any item not on the agenda, you're welcome to hang out, and after the board meeting, we'll open up public comment again for anybody that wants to address us. But at this time, we're going to move on to board member and county executive reports. Any board members? I will just report that I very much enjoyed the opportunity, enjoyed Supervisor Gustafson up in Tahoe City last week for the ceremonial beginning of demolition of the old Hendrickson building and the hopefully initiation of the construction of the new project that will serve as a catalyst for Tahoe City and hopefully see some good private sector investment in the market up there. So thank you for the invitation and welcoming me to your district. All right, with that, we do have a closed session item that we need to get to in order to let our clerk, recorder, registrar of voters get back to his office because it is an election day. What?
I'd just like to do something very quickly.
Okay, yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't
no
see
problem.
you standing there.
I just walked up. Steve
You need to
Pedretti.
identify yourself for the record, please.
Steve Pedretti, Director
Thank you.
of CEDRA. I just wanted to take a minute. Dan Dotai is retiring at the end of this week. He has typically been very modest, does not want any kind of fanfare, doesn't want us to mention anything or do anything for him. As normal, I'm ignoring
Which is
him.
why you're here calling him
Exactly. So I'm calling him out. But I did want to thank him publicly. Dan has been just a rock. He's been extremely good as our Deputy Director over Engineering Surveying. He's someone you can count on. He's in there day in, day out. I hate very much to see him go. He stayed an extra month to help us out, which we very much appreciate. He's leaving a big hole, but I wanted to mention him,
Thank you,
whether he wanted it or not.
Appreciate that, Steve. Thank you. All right, now we will go ahead and have council take us into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of real property negotiations.
Thank you. Back shortly. Well, there are three of us. We'll get it started. All right, having completed one closed session item, we're going to go ahead and have council bring us back.
The board met in closed session to consider one item of real property negotiations. The board heard a report from the group of real property negotiators, and at the conclusion of that, they provided direction. This concludes the report out of this closed session item.
Thank you. All right, moving into our timed items, we have a 9:30 item, our library strategic plan. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Euler and members of the board. I am Mary George, your Director of Library Services. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Consultant Harry Christensen, who will outline and present the library's strategic plan for your consideration. Before I do that, I'd like to publicly thank and acknowledge the dedication and work of the library's executive leadership team. Would members of the library's executive leadership team please stand and be acknowledged by your board?
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank members of the Library Advisory Board and members of the Friends of the Library who took time from their morning to come and support our library. The Library Advisory Board affirmed the library's strategic plan on July 17th. Would members of the Library Advisory Board and Friends of the Library please stand and be acknowledged by your board? And I'd like to note that Kay and Marjorie came down from Tahoe this morning.
Oh, very nice.
Now I'd like to introduce Harry Christensen. Harry, thank you for your professionalism and for everything you've done for our library. Good luck this morning in front of our board. And Harry will now present the next 5-year vision for our library.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Good morning.
Good
sir.
morning. Okay, we have a slide presentation, and I believe you have before you the actual plan.
Yep.
So I plan to follow the slide presentation and might point out a few things in the plan as we go along. The purpose is, one, to tell you a little bit about how we did this, two, give you the highlights of the plan, and then three, demonstrate how this plan is in line with and support of the county critical success factors. And hopefully that'll be enough information for you to make a decision whether we can begin implementation. Okay? All right, there are about 9 things I'd like to talk about. That's the agenda. First of all, this library. Those first 2 quotes up there, one by Andrew Carnegie and one by a county supervisor, basically say that a library is needed for any community to thrive. It's part of the quality of life factor. Those 4 things on the bottom are metrics about how this library is being used in your community. So if you think about it, the 500,000 plus visitors, that's 7.5 visits per year for that time period. Secondly, over 14 items are checked out per year from those households. And there's over 1,500 individual programs that took place where over 50,000 residents attended. And of course, there's a piece on the website. Basically, what that's telling you, your library is used quite a bit by your constituents. Okay. When we set out to do the strategic planning process, we talked about some guiding principles, overarching principles. Basically, Mary said to me, I want to engage the whole system. We don't want this just to be the advisory board and the executive leadership team. Let's get as much involvement in this as we possibly can. Secondly, before we decide what to do, let's get really clear about what's going on in our library system. Let's do a very good, thorough current state assessment, which we did. Thirdly, let's not go to the past. We've been there, we've done that, we can't change it. Let's focus on what we can do in the future. And then fourthly was, let's create a framework for a strategic plan, yet allow an opportunity for others to join in to help with contribution. And that's the little pieces of cheese. So that big piece of cheese there, we've done that, and that's what you have before you. That second piece of cheese is really going to be the goal teams taking that plan and fleshing it out even further. And we believe there'll be opportunities for other people to join in and help. This is an overview of our planning process. The little ovals are kind of the key stakeholder groups. And you'll see you're in there with Board of Supervisors. You had an opportunity to give input into this plan. You had an opportunity to give feedback to the plan. And of course, today is your opportunity to approve it. There's basically 3 big chunks, 3 big steps. The first step was assess the current state. And that is basically what's going on in our library system. Second big step is how do we respond to that? Chart our future direction. What are we going to do about what's going on in our current state? And then finally was to craft a strategic plan. So we crafted the plan, got feedback on it, improved it, and what you see is really the 3rd version of the plan because we went through some steps to improve it along the way. The assessment, really the biggest, deepest part of this plan. We spent a lot of time there. The blue comments are an external focus, people outside the system looking at the plan, telling us what they think. And the green components are the internal perspectives, people who work inside the system saying what they think. And those areas called focus groups and community engagements where you see a combination of blue and red, that's really a little bit of the friends group or kind of got 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. So if you add it all up, there's over 1,000 touch points where we got input from people to help us understand what's going on inside this particular system. Based upon that assessment, ended up being a summary of 40-page document representing what everyone said, to include your comments. We came up with 6 challenges the library system faces. That first slide there is the first 3 challenges. These challenges are, if you can think of it as a library's challenge is cultivating mutually beneficial public and private partnerships. We need to work more in partnering, advocating support from county leadership, stakeholders, and the public, implementing and maintaining user-friendly technologies. And the last 3, resourcing the customer's demand for a 21st century library. And the rest of that kind of defines what a 21st century library is. 5th, maximizing the contribution support of volunteer groups, such as the Friends groups, and you'll see that in one of our objectives. And finally, positioning the library as the go-to place for community engagement, learning, enjoyment, recreation, whatever. Those are our challenges. Based upon those challenges, a group of people, about 15 to be exact, gathered at Granite Bay Library. 7 of those people were library staff members, the executive leadership team. The other 8 people were people outside the system. So this plan doesn't represent exactly what the staff wanted. This plan represents the staff working collaboratively with other stakeholders around the system, deciding what the library should do in the future. First task was to come up with a mission. The planning team had a mission, and this is represents an upgrade to that. It's a little bit tighter than what the last mission was. And we had a tagline, and I think all we did to that was switch some commas around. Okay? Next big piece was the core of the plan. And if you want to follow this in the actual strategic plan, I think this component begins on page 5. Page 5 of the plan is where the actual goal is with all the objectives. I'm just going to hit the highlights. We had 4 major areas, 4 strategic focus areas for the strategic plan: innovative service delivery, community engagement, strategic partnerships, and service-oriented workforce. So that first one, you can think of these kind of as critical success factors for the library. They're very similar. The dark print is the focus area. The lighter print on the screen there is the actual goal itself. Now, innovative service delivery had 11 objectives. That's the heart of what the library does. So there was a lot of work to be done there. So we've got 11 objectives. That bottom objective, number 11, which says by a certain date, we're going to increase library usage by 20%. Okay, that's a pretty aggressive metric to go after, but the library believes they can do that as we move forward. So in 5 years from now, we hope to say in front of you, those metrics, those 4 metrics presented in the beginning, many times you check out how many people actually use the library, the website usage, and so on. That'll be increased by 20%. That's our goal. Number 2, community engagement. Connecting people and places and programs to advance the community. So we say as our goal there, our capstone objective, if you will, number 6, is to administer a longitudinal survey over time to measure the customer experience. By that, we're going to have a set of questions, and we ask the same set of questions each year over time with a random group of people to see how they're responding to the changes we're making in the library system. So since it's the same set of questions, we can measure if we're getting better or not getting better. The third area of focus is strategic partnerships, has 4 objectives. Now, some of you at this body expressed concern about the library being able to be revenue generating, that they be self-sustaining in some degree. We've taken that, and objective 3.2 is our effort to begin to do that. We're going to see about forming some partnerships with some private or public entity and to focus it on funding. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know how much that'll be, but we're going to make an effort to do that. The other part that I heard from you was use the Friends of the Library more. They can do more. They can be more of a valuable asset for you. And so objective 3.3 on there is directly focused upon working with the Friends of the Library and having them be more of a part of the library system and move us into the future. Okay, so we're just honoring and responding to that feedback you gave us in the assessment. Number 4 is service-oriented workforce. This is strictly focused internally upon the staff. And the belief is if you have a good quality staff, you're going to deliver good quality service to your customers. And uniquely with this library is most of the staff are full-time. A lot of libraries a few years ago during a budget crunch, what they would do is they'd get rid of their full-time people, hire part-timers for 15 hours or 20 hours at a time. They would come in, they'd do the job, then they go to their other part-time job, and they didn't have any commitment to the library or to the customers. This library system, however, has people that are full-time, they're dedicated to the job, they develop customer relationships, and the end result, the consequence of that is good quality service to your constituents. So that was a good move in that regard. That last objective there, Objective 5, we really need to get a good handle on what our labor needs are by each of the libraries that are out there concerning succession, concerning time off, vacation time, whatever it might be. So we're going to create a work plan for doing that. And that's that last objective. Critical success factors, there's 9 of them. We deliberately used your brochure right here that described each one of those, and we talked about how can what we are doing support what the county is doing. So we linked each of our 4 strategic focus areas, our 4 goals, to the critical success factors. And I just want to show you quickly, the bold line is a primary connection, support, and the lighter line is kind of a secondary connection. So innovative service delivery, of course, that's innovative, implementation focus, integrated county services, the same sort of thing. We're going to help you do that. And you see where it says, in a secondary way, support infrastructure and amenities. Community engagement, right there with community engagement, your critical success factor. Secondarily, working with health and human services. We believe we could have a strong relationship with them in delivering some sort of mutually beneficial services to the county residents. Strategic partnerships, right up there with the first critical success factor, followed by health and human services, and finally service-oriented workforce, part of the infrastructure, and then part of economic development, because if you have a good quality workforce, people want to go there to work, and also the library can be used in some ways to help develop that workforce. So there's actually a lot more arrows than what you see there, and we just tried to hone them back to the critical few, because we could begin to have connections to everything that the county's doing. Our library here is supporting that. To sum it up, implementation, how do you make this happen? It's a nice piece of paper, but nothing happens unless you actually do something about it. That big arrow is the 5-year plan. On the left, you see the 4 goals. Each of those goals has a set of objectives. The objectives are laid out on a timeline based upon either when they have to be completed by or when they will begin implementation. So it's pretty well spread out over the 5-year period. Each goal has a goal team with a goal leader. Each goal team has an executive leadership member who will fulfill a role as a sponsor to help them. So these goal teams have already been formed. They've already been briefed. They range from about 6 to 7 to, in some cases, 8 people for that first goal, because it has 11 objectives, who will work over the 5-year period to make this a reality. Now, I'll just give you a little clue here. They might be coming to you asking you for some money to do some of these things, okay? Some of these might require a little extra funding. Some of them are things they can do in-house in terms of their own resources. But these teams are all going to be working across the board, and you have a monitoring committee, top right of that slide, which is the executive leadership team. The goal team leaders will report to the executive leadership team, will report to this committee how they are doing on implementing each objective. And they'll do that periodically. And that's also the time that they'll inform the team of their anticipated funding requirements, which will begin to be integrated into the budget cycle coming up. So I think that's all I have. Are there any questions that I might answer?
Supervisor Wygant.
Good work. Question is, with that feedback loop that you just described, how does that, what's your expectations relates to reporting back to the Board of Supervisors as you move forward?
Yes. The role of the, in that monitoring aspect of it, we have what we call the executive sponsor, and that's Mary. And Mary is responsible for feeding back to the Board of Supervisors and to Mr. Leopold any sort of resource requirements or any sort of resource conflicts that she has to do. She does that in consultation with her executive leadership team. So she's going to be the conduit back to the Board of Supervisors. Does that answer that?
Yeah, I think in the innovative service delivery, one of the goals and objectives is to each year come back to you with our facilities needs, our technology needs, and our budget needs will be worked with through the CEO's office budget process. But we will annually come back to you with not only our budget, but also with our technology and facility needs.
Yeah, and the teams are, as soon as you give us the go, they're going to get to work to figure out what those are for the upcoming year. Yeah, thank you, sir. Anyone else? May we answer a question?
Any other board members have any questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
Sure. Thank you, and what a great job with the volunteers, and it's really a wonderful service for our community. I'm wondering what mechanisms you use to do outreach to non-users of the facilities. If you could describe that a bit, because I know you did outreach in the communities, and I think that's important for us to assess why they're not using the facilities.
Are you asking what we did to do
right,
that? Okay,
yes.
good. We had a component called Word on the Street survey questionnaire. And each of the 5 districts were assigned 50 slots. We wanted to talk to 50 people who don't use the library, deliberately don't use them. So among the staff, and it was organized, I think, by Sophie, organized library staff in each of those districts to go out and find people who are not members of the library and ask them why they aren't members, what would have to be different for them to become members. So that's what we did to do that. We didn't do it by any sort of gender or geographic or nationality. We just looked for people who weren't members of the library. And that was incorporated into the assessment. Yeah.
And Supervisor Holmes?
Well, I hate to say this, but if you want to get people interested in their library, close it.
Yeah.
We learned that at Loomis.
That'll be the squeaky wheel.
Seriously, Loomis closed that library, but the community got involved, and that library is now robust. And,
and they own it.
Their membership. And I'm just kind of joking there, but that's because people take it. They take it for granted, and if it's gone, then they get upset.
Miss it.
What I really am excited about is the children's program. When I'm working here and need to take a break, I walk over to the library, and it's kind of gets me more relaxed. But I watch the little kids in there reading, and their parents are reading to them, or they're reading to each other. They're playing games on the video, on the computers. That's where we have to start, is making sure those young people, as they come forward, are used to going to the library. It was about, I guess, maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago on a Saturday, I was here working, and I went over and walked through the library, and again, I saw all the young kids there. Then I went and sat out on the bench in the front of the library and just watched as people came in, and you'd see mothers or fathers bringing their young people into the library. You would see older women with their daughters going into the library. But the one that really struck out to me is this lady drove up in a 1980 vintage Ford Tempo, one of the worst cars ever made. And it still ran, and she got out, and she was elderly, and she had trouble making it up to the library, but that was her happy place. But right behind that, here comes a 1963 Porsche that was all rebuilt, stripped out, and the guy that got out, he's evidently had extra money to spend on his Porsche, but he was at the library too, so it just brought home to me how many different elements of our society use the library, rely on the library. So this work that you've done is just outstanding. Whatever I can do to keep moving that forward, count me in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one other piece. I do this across the country, and your library system is a top-tier system. Okay, when we did the assessment, we didn't have problems with the business processes, how it's led, how it's run. That stuff didn't pop up. It was more of, we want more of what the library does. That was the message. Okay, so you're in good shape.
All right, Supervisor Gore.
And just to that point, thank you, Mary, for your hard work in making sure this the library is well run, you've got good staff, and of course, a very good board and a lot of volunteers. So to your point, thank you for that hard work, and I really appreciate the plan. I think you've put together a plan that helps you go out for the next 5 years, addressing those technology needs and the importance of really connecting with our community and really making sure the libraries continue to be a vibrant part of our community. So I appreciate the hard work.
Thank you.
So my comments are really to the fact that you have put together something that is objective and measurable, and I appreciate that. You have defined service delivery metrics. I appreciate that. The one thing I don't see associated with any of the objectives and the goals are dollar amounts. And so what I'm wondering is, from a supplemental budget request above and beyond what we already have budgeted for the remainder of 1920 and then going forward, do you have any projections in terms of additional budget requirements to meet these objectives?
I think we do better in our budget if we were allowed to keep our fund balance.
Okay.
You know, if we work collaboratively with your board and with the CEO's office on recognizing money that you put forward to support your library, and that stays in the library fund moving forward. If we're allowed to set some money aside for technology needs that we may need in year 3, if we can start to save a bit and be proactive that way, that will help us.
So do you, consistent with that, do you have anticipated expenditures in the fulfillment of these objectives as they're laid out over the next 5 years that would make it easier for CEO's office to look at a request to retain fund balance within the library budget and say, in anticipation of this expenditure in 2023, yes, we agree we're going to keep. So do we have that kind of a budget that's associated with this?
We don't have that, but we could put that together quite easily.
I would think. I mean, that
Yeah.
you've done a really good job of laying out with good specificity the kinds of steps that you want to take over the next 5 years.
Right.
And so we could start ballparking some of that
Yeah.
stuff. That would be
Right.
good.
The intention is the goal teams are going to dive deep on each of their goals and objectives that they have to do, and come back to Mary and the executive leadership team and say, here's what we think we need to make this happen. And we're asking them to deliver that in November for the very first part of the budget.
Correct, so we can
program.
start working on next year, the next budget cycle. Yeah.
And those goal teams, I'm assuming, are comprised of some of the very people that are sitting here today?
Yes.
Some are, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And y'all
All
are
of
ready
our
to get to work on that?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Did Kelly run out of the room and start working on it now?
'Cause
Yeah. I also
I see
wanted,
Mr. DeFonte sitting back there. He's one of the guys that you're going to have to be able to make this compelling case to. So we look forward to that.
right, thank you for that. I also wanted to let you know that I hope you noticed that one of the capstones was to get a library card in the hand of every child in our Placer County service area. So that it particularly had you in mind with that, knowing how you've always wanted us to collaborate and partner with the schools.
That's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate
welcome.
that. I thought you were referring to me as the child whose hands.
No.
You know, child at heart. I'll take that.
Do you need to be read to?
How do you think I get through my agenda packet? Somebody has to read it to me. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments from board members at this time, any members of the public want to address the board?
Honorable Supervisors and County Staff, Michelle Vass. I'm the president of the Rockland Friends of the Library, and my husband Trevor serves as your chair for the Library Advisory Board. We were both involved in this process, and coming from other boards and entities, very skeptical about the process because we've sat through strategic plans before. Harry was the right person for the job, and Mary is the right leadership. You guys have the right staff, and I'm believing we have the right board to further invest in our libraries. And what you said, Supervisor Holmes, is right on target. We talk about that at our church all the time. If the doors were to close, would anyone know we're gone? I guarantee you they know that the library is closed on Mondays. As you know, we've had to start story time at the station at the police station in Rockland to help accommodate for something free and safe and educational for our kids to do. And I know that you're well aware of everything we do in Rockland and the other friends groups, and I just implore you that when Mary comes with her recommendations, it's with the best interests of every resident in our county at heart. So I just thank you for your faith in her and your investment in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else want to address the board on this item? Okay, the action requested is that our board approve the final draft of the library strategic plan, including the goals and objectives as outlined on pages 5 through 8 of the plan, 7 through 10 of our board packet. What's the pleasure of the board? Second. We have a motion, Holmes, second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take the 10:15 timed item at this point. I saw, I believe Wayne Wu and the other sheriff's folks that were hovering about earlier. They're probably over in conference room A right now. Just want to put you guys on notice that prior to taking the 10:35 timed item on the housing plan, I want to take the 3 sheriff's items that are listed under department head. So if you guys want to make your way back over here, that would be great. We'll go ahead and take the 10:15 timed item.
Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. Holly Powers, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services for the county. This morning, I'm here to present an emergency preparedness flyer. While you did receive the draft of this flyer in your handout, this is a sample print copy of the flyer we are talking about today that we are hoping to work with the treasurer tax collector to insert into the property tax bills. The reason I'm presenting today is really to highlight some of the coordination effort that OES has been pulling together, and this flyer is really a piece of that, where we've been working with our stakeholders such as the Sheriff's Office, CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire, Health and Human Services, Public Health, and our Communication and Public Affairs group, Document Solutions, to create this preparedness flyer that coordinates with the new county website for OES that we'll speak to in the next presentation. The Placer County Treasurer Tax Collector's Office recently offered to allow us to put a preparedness flyer in their property tax bill. And so today, right now, I would like to present you with this flyer and hope, I guess I'm actually asking for approval of the proposed emergency preparedness flyer. Thank you.
So now we're graphic design folks. Is that what you're? Looks like a flyer to me.
Well, we did a flag.
We haven't finalized the flag yet. That hasn't been finalized yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Any thoughts on what's been handed out?
The only comment I had, I noticed, and this is great. So it's just for those who aren't served by Placer Fire or CAL FIRE and have local fire districts, should we somehow mention that where we have the connect with your local fire department, your local police department if you're within a city? And is that getting too complicated? Probably.
Sometimes. So we are in just phase 1 of the website. A
Yeah.
key component of the website will be all of our partners, preparedness partners,
Right.
which will include the cities, all of the districts, fire and law districts. So there'll be links so you can get to all of those.
Get to all of those
Correct.
once you see this.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to get everyone to that one snapshot, which is,
Right.
I'll speak a little bit more to that in the
Yeah.
next presentation.
Okay. Without any members of the public want to address this? And okay. Christine, are you rising to address this? Yes, I am. The flyer? Really? Have you seen it? You want a copy? You can have mine.
Thank you.
I'll get it in the property tax bill.
Good morning, Christine Rydell, Senator Nielsen's office. I want to thank the county and CAL FIRE for doing this. This was actually part of a conversation that I had with Janine and Brad after a city county official's presentation that he made about the Paradise Fire. That is in the center of Senator Nielsen's district. And because of that, and because of lessons learned from that, I thought Placer County needs to be very proactive. So I talked to them about this idea, and here it is. And I just want to say thank you for this, because I think it's going to make a difference in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, anybody else want to address the board on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I do have one quick question.
Yes,
So
I'm
when,
sorry, Sue.
well, actually, it'll be the next item, so never mind.
Okay, so just on the flyer itself, we good to go with this? Yes. All right, we got an actual motion out of Holmes and a second out of Gustus, and all in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none? Okay, now moving on to the part about actually inserting it into the property tax bills. Janine, your name is on this. I didn't know if you actually wanted to make a presentation. You can
Just very
how
shortly,
you
just
insert this into an envelope or something.
Yep, and I just wanted to say that Christine came up, but I wanted to let you.
I'm sorry. Technically, for the record, I need your
Yes.
name.
Janine Windishausen,
Thank
County
you.
Treasurer. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So yes, I think Christine told the genesis of this and how this came about, and I just wanted to let the board know that we followed up. We worked with Christine as a representative of Senator Nielsen's office. Brian Estes from CAL FIRE is here, and with Holly to pull all this together. And I wanted to let the board know that we're able to put this in at no additional cost. It's just an additional, it doesn't tip the postage amount at all, and that we will continue to put in our existing flyers for the Animal Trust Fund and for the county's open space and the children's and library and animal services, so it won't affect those inserts either. And with that, I'll just answer your questions if you have any.
All right. Any board members? I believe Supervisor Gore had a question.
So what's the timing? When do we anticipate those bills going out?
Oh, so the bills will be coming out in about 1 month. We usually get our bills out in mid to late September.
Okay.
So everything is, we even talked about possibly holding the bills a little bit. By law, they don't need to go out until November 1st. But everything has come together so well that I don't think we'll be holding bills at all. So.
All right. No other questions by board members? Any members of the public want to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, do we have approval by the board to authorize the insertion of these flyers into the property tax bills?
Second.
Motion Gustafson, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none? Thank you so much. All right, moving on. We have a proclamation September 2019 as National Preparedness Month. Get your flyers here.
Get your flyers here, absolutely. Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. Again, Holly Powers, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services here at Placer County. This morning I'm here today, kind of in the back, you'll see the Sheriff's Office, Placer County Fire, CAL FIRE, because this has been a very coordinated effort across the county. I think Public Communications is here as well, because we've been working together as a collective to really pull this together and kind of make this National Preparedness Month proclamation a little bit bigger than just a proclamation. National Preparedness Month is a nationwide effort held each September to encourage Americans to take steps to prepare for emergencies in their homes, businesses, and schools. The goal of National Preparedness Month is to increase public awareness about preparedness, to encourage individuals to take action, and remind us of the importance of preparing ourselves and our families now and throughout the year. This year, the overarching theme at the national level is prepared, not scared. Be ready for disasters. Each week of September will have a focus specific to different areas. You'll see here on the board, week 1 is save early for disaster costs. Week 2, make a plan to prepare for disasters. Week 3, teach youth to prepare. Week 4, get involved in your community's preparedness, which we all know so well has been a key component here in the county in the wildfire preparedness aspect. County Communication and Public Affairs is working on a media kit that'll go out through social media, which will tag and post all of the normal hashtags and that sort of a thing that align with the national campaign. To assist in our community's preparedness, OES and all of our public safety partners have been working over the past few months to develop a one-stop resource shop for personal and community preparedness. We're utilizing the National Ready campaign similar to many of our sister counties such as Nevada, El Dorado, Sacramento, Ventura, San Diego, and many others. And we're proud to officially roll out Ready Placer. The Ready Placer campaign is designated to educate and empower Placer County constituents to prepare for, respond to, and mitigate emergencies and disasters. The goal of this campaign is to promote preparedness through public involvement by, one, having everyone stay informed about the different types of emergencies that could occur and the ways to prepare for those, make a family emergency plan, build an emergency preparedness kit, and get involved in your community. The homepage of Ready Placer creates a single area that brings together preparedness and prevention information, such as signing up for a Placer alert to get your emergency notifications, or contacting the sheriff's office or your fire department. And then also during a disaster, recovery information will also be posted under the disaster information hot button. And then, for example, if you were to click on the preparedness hot button, it's going to take you to this basic preparedness information, which will include all the different types of hazards under the Be Informed, as well as how you would prepare for those. We're currently working with everyone in the county, including the rest of the county departments that have a role in any of these types of disasters or hazards, to placerize each one of those pages. So when we talk about flooding, really looking within the community where we have those flooding issues and how we can bring in that specific information so our constituents have that more direct access and not kind of the overarching information. So on this, if you were to click on Build an Emergency Kit, you'll be taken to the basic information about what is in an emergency kit or a go bag. There's many different names for it. And then within each one of the pages, there's associated information, downloadable PDFs and checklists, such as the basic emergency supply checklist that you can then download. Really, the overall purpose of this Ready Placer program and campaign is to bring all of our amazing resources about preparedness to one area where we can work on supporting our community with that information easily accessible. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to CAL FIRE Unit Chief Brian Estes for some additional information.
Thank you, Holly, and good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the Unit Chief for CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit and the Placer County Fire Department Chief. I think just to echo a little bit before I introduce my partner here, I really appreciate the leadership from OES and from the county. The Ready campaigns across the state have really become, I believe, kind of a hallmark of centralizing that information point and giving the public the ability to go to one single point. And in answer to Supervisor Gustafson, your comment about finding those individual law enforcement or fire agencies or all the other public services that may be special district driven or specific to a municipality. One of the challenges with government is how do we put that all together into one centralized hub? And we have seen, I think, a real trend in our public interactions where people are no longer mad at each other. They're no longer complaining as much about each other's yards, neighborhoods. They're really specifically focused in on things, on the messaging that we're trying to get across, evacuations and preparedness and coming together as a community. And I think that the Ready campaign that we will see here launched in Placer County is really a culmination of that, and it's going to be a critical centralized hub to where information can be put out to the community, and then they have one place they can go to get all the information they need. So I'm very happy to be part of it. I think it's going to be a really, really great thing for Placer County and our citizens here. So with that, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Shane Wright from Placer County Sheriff's Office to go over some of our public education campaigns we've done together.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. So yeah, I'm here to talk about the series of videos that we recently put out. The two components that we tried to include in these videos are what we're dealing with, the challenges that we deal with on real-time incidents, whether it's evacuations, mass notifications. It's a campaign to sign up for Placer Alert. And then the second component to that is while on tour at all the community events that we go to, applying the questions that we're getting at those events to the videos of the people that can't make those meetings. So I'm sure they have the same questions And I think that you'll see with the second video, which was just released today, that I think we captured that. The first video, I would like to tell you that the Placer County Sheriff's Office, I don't have the stats for the rest of the county, I'm sorry, but over 30,000 views on that first video that we did, which I considered a huge success. And then I would like to publicly thank firefighter Nick Smith. You'll see it in the second video. Tremendous performance, and couldn't imagine what he went through. So thank you to firefighter Smith.
So with that, we would like to publicly debut the second video that the Sheriff's Office, CAL FIRE, and OES put together, focused on emergency preparedness and evacuation. This is where I go, cue video.
Lucky to be alive, firefighter Nick Smith has a message for anyone whose home is in the path of a wildfire.
If there is an evacuation order in your town, in your neighborhood, follow it.
This is what's left of the home he shared with his fiancée in their hometown, Paradise. The day of the campfire, she evacuated. Nick stayed behind.
My whole motive for staying was to give our house a shot. It didn't really do anything except put my life in greater jeopardy.
That was the longest 5 hours of my life, just wondering if he was alive or dead.
Even this experienced firefighter didn't expect how quickly the fire would spread to his property. He ran across the street, finding shelter on a golf course.
I was just lucky to be alive. For me, that was kind of like a light switch moment.
He's sharing his story in hopes it'll convince others to step up preparations for wildfires here in Placer County. CAL FIRE calls it ready, set, go.
Being ready means preparing your structure, having defensible space, being set, knowing where to go into an event, having a go bag and supplies if you have to evacuate, and then go. When the evacuation is ordered, it is time to go, and we'll provide the instructions on where to go to get you to safety.
There are a few important things to keep in mind when building your go kit.
What would happen if I had to leave my house and I couldn't be here for 3 days? What kind of things would you want to have with you? Because you have 5 to 7 minutes sometimes to get out of your house.
That kit involves every member of your family, including pets and livestock. So don't forget to include things like food, water, and leashes. And bear in mind that an evacuation order means there's immediate danger and it's time to leave now. An evacuation warning means there's a potential threat to life. Those who require additional time to evacuate and those with pets and livestock should leave. Those with disabilities and elderly residents should also make preparations.
Having that kit that has all of the things you need to be comfortable when away from your home, so your medication, any durable medical equipment, your prescriptions, anything like that.
Back in Paradise, rebuilding continues in the aftermath of the most destructive wildfire in California history. It's a day Nick Smith, like so many here, will never forget.
My biggest takeaway from this would be no matter your experience level, no matter how prepared you are beforehand, if you get an evacuation order, you should follow it. And when it comes down to it, the only thing that matters is the health and wellness of your family and rebuilding a future.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Any questions or comments by board members? And seeing none, any questions or comments by members of the public? So just one, as you were talking, I went on to the readyplacer.org and signed up, and one of the observations I have is we have a list of partner cities, and we have all of these cities that provide their own police protection listed, but we don't list Loomis and Colfax. Of course, we provide coverage to them from our sheriff's department under contract, but I think it might be good to go ahead and list there so that anybody in Loomis or Colfax doesn't think, hey, why are we not a part of this as well? So
Absolutely.
might not be a bad idea to list their cities on here as well.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions or comments, did I already ask for members of the public? Nope. Members of the public want to address the board? Okay, we do have a resolution here. Since the presentation was very thorough, I'm going to not read the proclamation, but I am going to ask for the board's approval of the proclamation declaring September 2019 as National Preparedness Month in Placer County.
Second.
We have a motion, Holmes, and a second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Present.
Absolutely.
Great job.
Thank you.
Why don't we have you stand in the middle of them? Wayne? You got Wayne up here too? Over the side, right here. Correct. Oh, we got somebody else coming? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Pardon me. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the 3 Sheriff's Department items that we have at this time prior to getting into our housing conversation, because that's probably going to go for a little while. So, since we have all the sheriff's folks here, and we want to get them back out where they can be more productive, get them out of here. First, we have an operational update on SB 863 and SB 844. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Euler, members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. Under Sheriff Wayne Wu here on behalf of Sheriff Devin Bell. Yeah, as stated, well, first of all, thanks for getting us in. But as stated, we're here to provide an operational update proposal for the SB 863 and 844 jail construction grant money, which totals close to $40 million. Many of you have been with us on this long and windy journey since 2011 when the state of California enacted AB 109. The criminal justice reform didn't just stop with AB 109, and so we've tried to remain as fluid as possible and making adjustments along the way over the last 8 years. I would argue that there's been more criminal justice reform in the last 8 years than probably the 80 years prior to that. And unfortunately, we still haven't really hit a level of stasis to know what's exactly working and what's not. And as you all know, there's still bail reform out looming on the horizon, which could also impact our jail population if that were to go through. So staff has worked really hard on coming up with a way to staff and how we would operate with 863 and 844. We've become creative. We've partnered with Department of State Hospitals to form our own Return to Competency program as part of our proposal. One of the unique things about this is I think unanimously the Criminal Justice Policy Committee, every member of that committee agrees that this is a needed ability in Placer County and would make our criminal justice system more efficient and streamline a lot of the process if this were to go through. So we've worked really hard to come up with, I think, a very good proposal that is financially, I think, responsible. It fills a need that we have here in Placer County with Return to Competency, and I think it also allows room for expansion as the county continues to grow and have a bed demand without having to have further construction. So with that, I will turn it over to Administrative Services Manager Mark Giacomini and our South Placer Jail Captain Dave Powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. Good morning, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab, Mark Giacomini, the Placer County Sheriff's Office. As the Undersheriff indicated, we're here today to provide an operational update on SB 863 and 844, specifically the 45-bed acute mental health facility and the 120-bed medium security facilities down at South Placer. Before we get into that, the first slide, we provide kind of an update, and in our board briefings, we walked through this. I think it's important for everyone to understand how we landed here, what the history is, because this goes back a good 4 or 5 years in the planning of all these facilities. So on the screen now, you can see in August of 2015, your board approved us to apply for $40 million under SB 863. The plan at the time was to build a 168-bed medium security facility down at South Placer. We didn't get that full award. We got a partial award of $9.5 million. And in the vein of not wanting to give up money, we decided to reprogram that money. So we went back in January of 2016, submitted a scope reduction plan to BSCC to build a 45-bed acute mental health facility. In February 17, there was an opportunity under SB 844 to go get more jail construction funding. We applied for $30 million at this time to go and build the 120-bed medium security facility that we couldn't get done the first time under 863. At that same time, we talked to you about the retrofit plan of Housing Unit 3 at the Auburn Jail, which would have reduced 76 beds and made that facility ADA compliant. When we moved forward with the plans of the housing retrofit, it became clear that we could reduce only 12 beds, still maintain ADA compliance, and so that decision was made at that time in November 2018. Through all of this, your board has heard a number of different numbers of beds. We talked about 830, we're at 912 right now. We talked about reducing down to 836, then we were talking about reducing down to 900, and now with this plan, as the captain will walk you through, we're ultimately going to land, we believe, at 965 beds. Understanding this is a completely moving target, but I think the plans that we're coming forward with are pretty solid, and you're going to hear about those now.
Good morning. As the Undersheriff mentioned, with the passing AB 109 back in 2011, not only Placer County, but the entire state has seen just the number of inmates in custody explode. Just recently, our mental health inmates, we have about 139 currently in custody that have been diagnosed with some sort of serious, severe mental illness, or SMI. That's about 20% of our population. We also have well over 300 inmates that are prescribed some sort of psychotropic medication. Some are compliant with that, some are not. So what we've done is we've looked for creative ways to continue with this mental health facility. And one of those ways was to partner with the Department of State Hospitals. In doing that, we looked at creating our own jail-based competency treatment program, or Jbct program. Right now, Placer County averages about 40 inmates a year that are found incompetent to stand trial. And what happens with is once you're found incompetent to stand trial, is you're placed on a waiting list with the state. Currently, that list is about 850 inmates long, and you really don't have much room to move up. So what will happen is they're found incompetent to stand trial. They will remain in our custody for 4 or 6 months, maybe even longer, until a state facility can be found so they can be treated. Once they're treated, they're sent back into our custody, and then they continue their court process. What we're looking at doing, and what we've done in the meantime, is we've partnered with WellPath, who we've had for many years. We've identified this part of our inmate population. We've put some programs into place immediately to address it, but we are kind of limited to what we can do. 863 will give us the ability to give them the proper treatment, return them to competency much quicker, and get them through the criminal process. And as the Undersheriff mentioned, this was presented or discussed during the Criminal Justice Policy Committee, and it was unanimous across the board from all our partners that it would fill a criminal justice need for Placer County with increasing the speed that their return to competency. So what the plan is going to be is 863 is going to be 3 15 inmate pods. That will require 14 new correctional officers and a correctional sergeant to run that facility. The way we discovered to pay for it is we will be contracting with the Department of State Hospitals. Because they are not going to build any more state hospitals, what they are doing at this point is they are contracting with local counties to build these Jbct programs to treat them in the counties instead of at the state level. We have an agreement with the state at this point to open a 30-bed Jbct program. That program will address our immediate needs. We will be guaranteed a number of beds within that program for Placer County's needs, and then whatever beds are left over, we will contract through that list of inmates with the state. Well, then those that fit our program needs will come in and fill those additional 30 beds. We're able to negotiate a per bed rate with the state, guaranteed for those 30 inmates.
That contract is a yearly $4.6 million contract with the state. Our estimated first-year operational costs are about $4.4 million, so that'll be covered. We've also worked in an anticipated 3% annual increase. So the second year will kind of break even. The third year will kind of be down a little bit, but overall, it'll be neutral. And then what we can do at the end of the third year, so the fourth year, we're able to go back to the state and renegotiate that daily bed rate to look for any increases in cost. With the 30 beds, like I said, it is going to be 45 total beds. The additional 15 beds we will keep, and we will house our, I hate to say, the more severe mentally ill that we currently have in our population. We will put them into that additional tank or housing unit to get them better treatment. Are there any questions on 863 before I move on to 844?
Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
I asked you this during a briefing that you gave me, and I just want to reiterate. What's the likelihood that the state is going to increase the cost? I know we'll be able to renegotiate in 3 years, but what's the likelihood that they will increase that to cover our costs?
Well, they're not.
And I know I'm
yeah,
asking you to project something. We're in a whole new world here.
So they, just to be clear, when we enter into a 3-year contract with them, they will not renegotiate that over the 3 years. There are no cost increases in that.
Beyond that, though, we go back.
Beyond that, we are free to renegotiate another contract with them. That's why we built the escalators in over 3 years, and we used that average for our cost drivers to come up with the bed rate.
Right.
And so in the fourth year, I mean, for us, it becomes fairly simplistic if they won't renegotiate, because we know our costs are going up.
Right.
If they can't renegotiate or won't renegotiate in year 4, we'll have to come back to your board and see if that's a cost we're willing to absorb. I think from the sheriff's office perspective, likely not. So, I mean, but they would definitely have to increase that bed rate in year 4 because we know the costs are going up.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we don't have as much leverage as we'd like to on that contract. I mean,
right. And I think what it comes down to is how effective is the program.
Right.
It's a 30-bed program, which is a large program, and I think when we come back at that fourth year, we are able to renegotiate that. So it depends on how effective the program is.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm sure the program's effective. I'm just not as sure about the state's willingness to fund the resources necessary to deal with this.
Yeah, and they're not going to give us a guarantee. And like I mentioned before, they've once the money's identified, they've classified it as indefinite and ongoing. I think it's probably one of the best guarantees we're going to get from the state is that terminology.
I might be able to help provide just a little bit of clarification to your question. Yes, obviously our program's effectiveness will, and our success rate will have some bearing on that decision. However, the state, if you look at the statistics, has seen this inmate population continue to grow. The demand is far outpacing their capacity. There's no desire, there's about as much desire, I think, at the state level to build more state hospitals as there is to build more state prisons at this point. And this seems to be one of their main avenues to form a relief valve. And was in a meeting with state sheriffs within the last 6 months with the governor, who stated that this was one of his priorities during his term, and they were going to continue to expand and make this program more of a priority and make sure it's fully funded moving into the future. So I think at this point, this seems to be their main answer to their problem, if that helps.
Yeah, and I think it's just incumbent on us to continue to push on the state to fully fund the issues we're seeing. So I just want to get.
Well, and to follow up in regards to the question of cost, right? So it's an additional 14 staff members, which ultimately, even though the state is paying for the day-to-day costs, we have the future costs of PERS and our OPEB costs. So the question I have, is there an opportunity to use some of the dollars from that contract to set aside for future OPEB costs, PERS costs, et cetera? Because that's really the cost that we, of a county, we're going to have to take care of, is those future retirement costs.
Right, and I know we discussed that in our briefing. When I look at it and I think at it from a fiscal perspective, first of all, that is a CEO question, if they can put that money aside. I don't know as though we're making money over 3 years is the only problem. I think in year 1, based on our estimates, in year one, you're making $200,000. In year two, you're probably breaking even. And in year three, you're probably absorbing. So as we discussed about in the briefing, I mean, I would leave that to the CEO if they wanted to put money aside to pay for that. We understand that that long-term cost is the cost of these positions. So the state's covering the contract. We also discussed during our briefings that should the program go away, well, we do have an exit strategy. So, right, you shut down the Jbct program, and then you use that facility for your other SMI inmates, transferring staff, and then through attrition, you get back down to a number of staffing that's palatable. So we have an exit strategy should they go away. Unfortunately, the long-term burden on the county for the 14 positions, I'm not sure how you could fund that through the contract.
Just under clarification, make sure that I'm understanding this right. We're talking about 45 beds, 30 of which we will contract with the state for. The total staffing for the 45 bed need, 15 of which are being reserved for us and for our utilization, 30 of which we're contracting with the state. The total staffing is the 14 additional.
Correct.
So we're
Yes, sir.
essentially riding for free on 1/3 of the capacity.
Yes, sir.
By contracting with the state. So we would have to pay for the housing of those 15 ourselves if we weren't in this contract with the state.
Correct.
So we're 2/3 of the capacity, making it available to the state, pays for 100% of the capacity, 15 beds of which we're taking advantage of. Okay. And then just quickly to Supervisor Gustafson's point, page 99 of our board packet, a letter to me as your chair from the Deputy Director of Chris Edens, where he alludes to the fact that already there are 12 different counties who have already entered into these types of agreements. Have we spoken with these counties, any of these counties, and their experience thus far?
No, we have not.
Okay. Might be beneficial. I don't know what the history is of these other 12 counties, how long they've been in this program, knowing this program hasn't been around all that long. Have they gone through the renegotiation process, and what has been their experience? So probably wouldn't hurt to check in with some of those folks.
Okay.
But I see an opportunity. I certainly understand the concern in regard to cost, but I think we need to not overlook the fact that we're actually getting essentially the state to pay for the 15-bed capacity that we have. And yes, Supervisor Gore, the ongoing OPEB invention, certainly a concern for all of us. Thank you for the reminder on that. Any other questions by board members or comments? Okay, you wanted to get to the other part, the 844 part of the.
We can move on to 844. So 844 was the second half funding that we received. That is going to be for 120-bed medium security housing, which was an identified need in the Criminal Justice Master Plan years ago from David Bennett. This housing, or the 844, will also include 4,000 square foot classrooms, vocational centers for the inmates. Have in mind, prior to AB 1092, South Plaza, which is the brand new facility, was designed and already being built before AB 109 was passed. So when we started housing these inmates much longer, we were already losing on any type of vocational space. So this is addressing that need. It's going to address educational, vocational, behavioral, life skill training spaces, training all those needs for the inmate population. Currently, to house it is what we're going to do is we will close 100 beds system-wide and reallocate that staffing to 844 to staff that. So at this point, there will be no additional staffing needed to run 844. And the plan is to take our existing vocational programs, start off small, take our existing programs and just expand them. We have sewing programs, screen printing programs. We can do graphic design type programs. There's a lot of things that we're doing with Plaza School for Adults. We have also recently have partnered with NCCT, or the Northern California Concentration Trade, who is also through the County Probation Prep Program. We've used them as well, and they've shown their interest to come in to the jail early, get them prepared on the front end before they get released, so when they transition out to probation, they can continue that training. They kind of have a step up on a lot of other people. So we're just continuing that care and that training from in custody to out of custody, and just kind of carrying that all the way through. And that would be the plan for that. We've identified right now operational cost. First year operational cost would be about $275,000. That's just based on utilities and inmate food and those type of items. We are anticipating a 3% annual increase as well. The hope is closing the 100 beds system-wide. We can have some savings with utilities and those type of things for those 100 beds, and hopefully transfer some of that cost savings onto this operational cost for 844. But we'll have to see how that works out. And we are, and there will be a new funding request once the year of construction is complete for the $275,000.
Okay, so and just to kind of wrap this all together and walk everyone through where we've been, I want to be emphatically clear that I feel like in 2015 we kind of backed ourselves in a corner and gave you a certain number of bed numbers and said we were going to do this year, and then everything changes. And so what we can promise you now today is the plan is to shut down 100 beds system-wide. I can't tell you where those beds are going to be 2 years from now. The captain can't, the undersheriff can't. But that is our commitment. So we're at 912 beds. I told you in 2015, 836. And then I told you 900, now I'm telling you 965. What I will tell you about the 965 is, if you think about it, 45 of those beds are being covered by DSH. So in reality, from the 900 beds we talked about in November of 2018, we're really talking about 20 beds incrementally more that the county has to fund. So I think for us, that's pretty close to staffing and bed neutral that we had promised 5 years ago. I think the captain's done a phenomenal job in contracting with DSH and finding a way to make the 844 facility staffing neutral. The $275,000, as Captain Powers alluded to, I would hope if I shut down 100 beds somewhere in the system, we're going to experience some kind of savings from our facility friends with utilities and so on and so forth, but I can't guarantee that either. So this is an estimate that we came up with for those 120 beds in a new facility. With that, we're happy to take any questions you have on either one of the programs.
Questions by board members, Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you for the briefing and for your report this morning. I'm in support of SB 863 and SB 844. You know, the de facto mental illness housing in the state of California is in our jails. And it's important to isolate these people, get them treatment. And that's very important for their future and the future of our county. And also the vocational needs of those other in the medium security facility is very important. So how do you determine who's a medium security inmate?
There's a lot to go into it, but it goes into classification. It depends on their record, their time in custody. They're classified, and they'll classify either minimum security, medium security, high security, really based on their history.
And is there minimum security anymore since they be?
Well, we have a minimum security facility, but the old minimum security inmates, they're no longer there. Now it's mostly medium security inmates being housed in a minimum security facility. So 844 is going to help address that as well.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
I just wanted to commend staff, and I know this is a challenging time where we're taking over the state, what many of us felt was a state responsibility area, and my comments earlier just trying to add leverage to you negotiating on 3 years out as to what we see moving forward. And I think capturing the full cost, if we can, and working with the other 12 counties to make sure we continue to put pressure on the state to pay the full cost and bear that. So I want to thank the staff for doing that. My comments were not meant to be judging your abilities. It's actually you're reacting, and we're providing a better service than the state can provide, and let's make sure we get compensated for it. So thank you.
Any members of the public want to address the board on these two items prior to us taking action? Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Offer from Placer People of Faith Together, and we've been tracking the jail probably since about 2011. Back then, the population of the jail was right about 600 people, give or take a few. There was always about a 10% buffer to handle shifts and things in population, and sometimes you'd have one unit that would be full to the brim and another unit that was under repair, so there had to be a buffer. At the time, we had a jail in South Plaza that was empty and had lots of room for expansion. It looked like the county could expand that jail up to as many as 1,000 beds. We were making it with 600 beds back in 2011. Now it's 2019, and we're looking at 900 beds. And I like the allocation of these beds. I really like the idea of a mental health unit. I think it's something that's been needed for years and years. I also very much like the idea of vocational training. You just can't put people in a cage for months or years and then kick them out and expect them to go back into society. We have to prepare people for continued life once they get out of jail. So I highly applaud those things. Back in 2011, the cost per inmate was about $135 per night. What is the cost now?
Sir, if you would direct your questions to the board, and after we've taken all the public comment, we'll see if staff is prepared to answer those questions.
Okay. Another question I have is, back in 2011, about 70% of the inmate population consisted of people who were awaiting trial who had not yet been sentenced. And through the years, that number has pretty much stayed at 70%, that 70% of the people in our jail have not been sentenced. And many times they get sentenced and then are released with time served as soon as they get to court. So that's something we need to think about. So I'd like to raise two questions to the board. Number one, how far are we going to expand our jail? I think that if we set a cap, that will force us to find alternative methods of handling inmates. And I think that's something to consider. The cost of dealing with, of housing inmates is expensive. There are many things that might be more effective that to use that money. So I think we need to watch that balance. And then my next question is, where do we want to keep the percentage of non-sentenced prisoners? Is it right to continue to have a jail with 70% of the inmates not sentenced? I don't think so. So please consider those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board on this item? Okay, since two of the three questions were policy related for our board and the one was operational, do we have an answer on the approximate cost per bed night?
I do. I can get the actual figures. I will tell you it's substantially higher because in 2011 is when AB 109 came into play. And I think that if you look at the type of inmate that's in our jails now, comparing pre-2011 to current is not apples to apples. So I can get that figure. We're actually bringing to you within the next month our new daily jail rate, which is unfortunately calculated on 2 years prior. So we can get that to you. I will make one note with respect to the number of jail beds. And matter of fact, I just read the statistic this morning. Based on a population of 363,000, our 912 beds is 23% on a ratio of beds to population, which does put us in the lower 50% of the entire state. So just food for thought on that.
Thank you. So for a number of years, state of California was under court order mandating releases from state prison due to overcrowding. Do we know, and that, if memory serves, it began 2009, 2010-ish when the courts really started cracking down on these things and said to the state, you have to reduce your overcrowding population or your problem. Since 2009, 2010, how many new state penitentiaries have been built in order to reduce that overcrowding?
I don't think there have been any.
I don't think there have been any either. So the way the state solved that problem was by redefining jail eligible from prison eligible. The state took some of the least of the worst, should we say, offenders in the state prison system and introduced them to the county jail system by reclassifying a number of crimes, raising thresholds on things that had previously been felonies, making them misdemeanors. And so we got to start absorbing an awful lot more people who would otherwise have been state prison inmates. That came with some dollars in the first few years, and those seem to have gone away. All of that to say that, unfortunately, we are reacting, as we often have to, as one of California's 58 counties, to the state's willingness to address its problems using its own dollars. Where that fails, it gets pushed downstream to us. And to your point, if you were to ask our chief probation officer, Mr. Hopper, what his population of home incarcerated people, people on electronic monitoring, other forms of discipline other than housing, his population has exploded in the last decade because our board has worked very aggressively with the courts, with probation, to figure out how we're going to address this issue that's being pushed down at us. So I appreciate your comments, but rest assured we're doing everything we can right now to manage these costs and fulfill on what is probably our primary duty as county supervisors, and that is keeping our people safe. So with that, we have been asked to receive the update and provide direction and approval to move forward with SB 863 and 844 jail construction projects. What's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion, Holmes, and second Gustafson, I believe it was. Yes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and take the sheriff's next item, which I'm sure will be a little shorter. It is the Nevada County Sheriff's Office Booking and Jail Services Adjustment.
Hopefully a little quicker, yes, sir. We'll deal with Nevada County first. Here before you today, asking your approval of an amendment to the contract between the Plaza County Sheriff's Office and the Nevada County Sheriff's Office for booking and jail services, adjusting the amount to $459,996 for the term of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. This increase represents 3% or $13,398 over the prior year.
Any questions by board members on this adjustment? Seeing none, any members of the public? All right, pleasure of the board.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. And then the final sheriff's item, we have a maintenance for our Tiburon system.
Yes, yes, sir. I understand
the chuckle.
The chuckle. I chuckled too. Please, today I'm asking your approval of amendment number 11 to the master support agreement with Tiburon Incorporated, the amount of $400,385 for annual maintenance and support to the computer-aided dispatch, mobile CAD, records management system, and corrections management system software, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all related documents.
That's it? You don't want to get any background on the Tiburon system, really?
We have a lot of stuff going on with the software and the CAD and the RMS and the JMS that the board is aware of.
Yes.
We probably shouldn't have that conversation here, but we do need to go forward with this amendment with Tiburon until the rest of the, until that situation is resolved in the future. Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions by board members? Seeing none, any members of the public? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board on this item? We have a motion, Holmes, a second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. Okay, we will move back to our 10:35 timed item, I believe it was. Sound right? Yeah, 10:35 timed. This is Placer County 2019-2020 Housing Program Work Plan. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jennifer Merchant with the County Executive Office. As soon as I get this loaded up, here we go. Here to present the fiscal year 1920 proposed housing program work plan. Okay, so I want to do a little bit of an overview here first. Following about a year of work in 2016 and 2017, researching and undertaking a lot of analysis on ways to finance as well as structurally address our housing challenges. The Board of Supervisors agreed to develop a multidisciplinary, multi-departmental housing unit. And since that time, we have been bringing forward an annual plan that pulls together all the different pieces from different departments that work together on a bi-monthly basis to put together a work plan that we work from. So the purpose of the work plan is really to implement the county's housing element, and it has 4 components: planning and research, incentives and regulation, funding and resources, as well as legislative advocacy, strategic relationships, and community engagement. I'd like to point out that the housing unit, the team of folks who pull this plan together every year, comprise of the Community Development Resources Agency, Health and Human Services, Economic Development, Facilities Department is overseen or coordinated by the County Executive Office. So we meet every other month to talk about how are we making progress on implementing the work plan, what are some of the challenges, and really work to inform each other on meeting your board's strategic goals. The budget for this work plan this year is $1,303,000. It's important to point out, that $553,000 of that comes from the general fund. So a majority of the budget for this work plan is funded with grant resources. And we estimate the total number of full-time equivalents working on this is 4.74. And that means that we're all giving a little bit of a chunk of our time to the housing work plan. So I just wanted to provide some previous fiscal year work plan highlights. Really bringing together the housing unit was the first thing that we did as a group. We've continued to secure a lot of grant funding, $16.3 million that you see here for the 56 units proposed in Martis Valley. We've done a lot of property acquisitions, specifically for health and human services oriented approaches, including 319 Main Street, which is pictured here. In 1819, we really are, I would say our highlights are getting housing on the ground, moving from more of the research and planning base to pushing things out on the ground, as well as acquiring a fair amount of grant funding for a variety of programs and projects. Something I include in my presentation, I think, every time I talk to you, and I usually try to focus on the moderate 120% of median family income here for a family of 4 in Placer County right now is right around $100,000. Sounds like a nice number. But with the median home price in Placer County, and I'm talking about central Placer County right now, where the home prices are the most affordable in the county, right around $500,000. This means that a family of 4 still falls short in its ability to purchase a home by about $100,000 in income. And in some corners of the county where the median home price is in excess of $600,000, even higher, that challenge for us is even greater. And the rental challenges aren't much different. So as I mentioned, there are 4 components in this plan, the first being planning and research. The total cost for the 11 tasks included in this component is $400,000 and includes 1.15 FTEs. This is really the foundation of our planning for programs and development. As you can see here, we've got a lot of potential development projects included in this segment, and the research and environmental review that goes hand in hand with developing those. And then our ongoing tracking of deed restrictions and other obligations, as well as our targets required by the state of California. Then in component number 2, incentives and regulations, we've got 9 tasks, $283,000, just over 1.5 full-time equivalents. This is where we're looking at preparing our environmental documents for our research and for our codes and ordinances. We've got a fair amount of money set aside this coming year for updating the general plan and initiating our work on the housing element. So we've got a lot of focus there. And then I would say also in eastern Placer County, looking at options to address housing for the missing middle, and that is on the eastern side, according to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency analysis, up to 205% of annual median income. And that really kind of demonstrates that, you know, if you're at 120% or your moderate median income for a family, and the affordability challenges that you have there in the Tahoe area, that's even more critical. Really needing to get to be at that 205% to be able to kind of afford to buy a home in eastern Placer County. And we continue to look for opportunities to unlock second homes. We know that we've got over half of our homes in eastern Placer County vacant over half of the time. We have done some work with the private sector. There's a startup called The Landing, and we've been working with the couple who owns that to try to see how we could potentially partner with them. And we're also looking at other alternatives that you'll hear about more today on deed restrictions or accessory dwelling units that really help transition second homes into full-time residences or provide a portion of that home for a full-time residential unit. Component 3, funding and resources. I think you can see that one's over $500,000. We are continuing to expand our first-time home buyer program. That is with some grant funding from the state of California. The second item, I'd actually started this PowerPoint quite some time ago, so a little bit of this was outdated, and that was a piece there where we have already secured that No Place Like Home grant. And then hopefully we're going to be able to retain that if that project continues to move forward on the Placer County Government Center. On the Eastern Placer County funding process, I do want to point out that we are working with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, the business community. They are proposing to create a tourist-based improvement district. If they're successful there, some of that money could go toward housing, as well as some of the money that formerly went to the Resort Association for marketing could be backfilled by the TBID and then available for housing and potentially transportation as well. So we're looking at those sources of funding. And then also Shauna Purvines will be presenting to you very shortly here and asking for direction on housing goals. What are we going to try to achieve, and then what are the funding sources your board would like to have us go after in order to meet those goals. Finally, on component 4, legislative advocacy, strategic relationships, and community engagement, 9 tasks at $77,000. I want to point out a couple things here. We are going to continue to work on updating the board's legislative platform to ensure that we can reduce constraints to creating housing in the rural portions, especially of Placer County. That's a challenge with the way that the state funding and regulations are coming down right now, and then securing additional resources to provide housing on our end of the county or in our end of the state of California. We're continuing to do outreach, like further develop our website and provide that as a way for people to find information. And then quarterly, measuring progress on the board's strategic goal to create a diversity of achievable housing throughout the county. I do want to point out that one of our strategic relationships on the eastern end of the county, the Mountain Housing Council, this is the third year in funding that organization and participating in that organization. I had a meeting with their project manager last week, and we're really looking at what is that next entity going to look like, because we've been convening along with 28 other partners in eastern Placer County and Nevada County, town of Truckee, on how to solve some of the real critical problems there. And we have did a report on a next entity. We generated some information from that. I think everybody walked away feeling a little underwhelmed with the results and hoping to have something that was really more focused on the kinds of needs that we have there, and especially the multi-jurisdictional challenges that are created by our region. So we're going to be looking at potentially extending that program another year, possibly 2, as we create a regional housing action plan and then really figure out how we're going to be activating that, whether it's really focusing on financing or developing housing or providing other programs that the county could contract with the organization to do. So I did want to add that one there because I did have a meeting with them on late in the week. Okay, so on to the recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take comments first. And then you may notice the work plan that's included in your document has a July date on it, because I think I was planning on coming to your board in July, and it got put off until today. So I'll be updating that date, and then if there's any other comment or changes your board would like to see in the document, I'll be working on that and then getting a final out to everybody. Thanks for the time. Happy to answer questions.
All right, board members, questions on the information presented. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Jennifer. Great presentation, and to all the staff working on this. On, let's see, on accomplishments, I wanted to talk a bit about the Schaefer's Mill project, the $16.3 million grants that were secured. I believe the developer, Luke Watkins, was instrumental in securing those grants. And there's some other improvements. Do you know the total cost of that project? It's not.
Boy, I want to say it's probably getting close to $40 million in that neighborhood. Good guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that includes not just the 56 units, but these other site improvements, and I think significantly there was transit was involved.
Yeah, that was part of the grant, included the purchase of 4 electric transit vehicles for TART, as well as infrastructure. And then the agreement that we created with the developer, we have an MOU with them. So as their share of the grant funding, then we're committing to operating those transit vehicles. So that's our side.
Great.
I'm not sure if my mic's on. It is. It also included trails. So it was transit and trails along with the construction of the affordable housing units.
Great. I just wanted to get a total magnitude. 16.3 sounds like a great amount of money, but when you hear the whole project costs and the issues. The second question I had was on the $500,000 for the first time homebuyer program. How much do we anticipate can go to actual first time homebuyers?
That is a tough program. Under the state regs or the CalHome program, it's only for households earning 80% or below of AMI. Because of our house prices, that is a very large gap between the two. We're estimating maybe 5 that we'll be able to pull out of that funding.
Great. I love that we're doing so much work in this, but I just really want to see product on the ground, as you all know.
Yeah, and I
start
think
to solve the issues. So
that's where partnerships like with the Martis Fund, where they go up higher. I think they go up to 120%, if my memory serves me correctly. So when we are partnering with other private sector, we don't have the same regulations that the state imposes on us. We can provide more housing.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
All right. Seeing no other board member lights, at this time we'll go ahead and take public comment. I would remind folks that this is the housing work program, and that immediately following this we will be getting into the affordable housing funding and investment strategy conversation. So if your comments are more toward the affordable housing, if you would just save those for the next item. Otherwise, if your questions or comments are relative to the housing strategy and development plan, this fun little tome right here, feel free to step up and ask your questions. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. There not being any additional questions, we have received our presentation. We've been asked to approve the 1920 Housing Work Program Plan.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, Gustafson, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. Now for the main event.
All right, Steve Pedretti, the Director of the Community Development Resource Agency. I'll just make a couple of comments before Shauna provides the presentation. We understand that everyone is frustrated that there's not enough affordable housing going in. Nobody's more frustrated than we are. I need to point out that this problem has been building for years, pardon the pun, and it's going to take years to fully address it. Over the last 2 years, we've really renewed our efforts in expanded our efforts to address housing. We spent a lot of that time gathering data, gathering information, which we think is really important to have to inform the decisions and the solutions that we're going to recommend. So we've been gathering information on what is the existing supply, what's the future demand, what's the land use capacity, what's the cost going to be, gap financing, how much will that be, what are the potential funding sources, what are best practices that are out there that are being utilized by other jurisdictions. And so we spent time on that. We also worked with the stakeholder group, trying to gain consensus on a number of issues and areas that we disagree. So we've been working towards that. We have a number of ongoing efforts. Jennifer Merchant mentioned a lot of those, so I won't repeat them. But at this point, we feel it's time to start taking action, a little more action than perhaps we've been able to, lacking all of the information. And so today we're going to be asking your board to set some specific goals. We're looking to we're asking for some pilot program funding, and we're asking that you direct that we consider creating a housing trust. And so with that, I'll give it to Shauna.
Good morning, Shauna Purvines, the Community Development Resources Agency. And I'm not going to go back into it. It has been a very busy couple of years, and most of it has been kind of formation setting, researching and analysis to really set a good foundation for a program going forward. There we go. About this time last year, I was here before you speaking about the Housing Strategy and Development Plan, and yes, it's now here and in print and available. This is the CEDRA's probably main component in the annual work program that Jennifer just spoke of. And we talked a lot in depth about the approach to the Housing Strategy and Development Plan, items 1 through 5 last year. We recognized at that time there was a piece missing, and that was the financing and investment strategy. So earlier this year, we re-engaged BAE to prepare that information so that we could kind of finalize the Housing Strategy and Development Plan. The actual plan work program is about this big in this document. The rest of it is really all the analysis and information that kind of comes behind that plan. So we did, just real briefly, we did identify our land use capacity. This was kind of a realistic capacity of where we can actually accommodate housing throughout the county. We identified those housing opportunity sites, we call them about the 100 sites, where we feel have the best advantage of competing for funding throughout, at the state level. We reviewed state housing policy changes, albeit that is probably the biggest moving target out there today. And we looked at other jurisdictions' policies that were really successful. And then we did develop that recommended changes, and that's part of that work plan. So this is just it, kind of in a nutshell. The Housing Strategy and Development Plan has 6 components. There's a policy and planning, regulatory relief, housing production and supply, streamlining process, preservation and protection, and of course local funding. The items below are the ones that we are currently working on today. There is still more to come. Some are just, next phase or as staffing and resources are available. Others actually do require some policy discussion with your board. Those are things we'll be bringing back with the housing element update to talk more about as we move forward. One of the ones under regulatory relief, the housing code update, this one actually we're hoping to release the notice of preparation tomorrow. This one really focuses in on our codes and design standards to look for ways to streamline the development of housing. Big goals are to reduce the cost of construction, get to more by right housing, and to really look more at that form-based design. And then probably the other one to really highlight here is the CEDRA e-Services, now the award-winning CEDRA e-Services. It has definitely been something that we put forward to help streamline that review process, providing that virtual public counter. We're actually looking to expand it by adding here shortly through the accessory dwelling unit or secondary dwelling tools and resources that will help not only identify the cost of developing those, but also the return on investment that someone might get if they are to expand those. But today we're here really to talk about the housing funding and investment strategy, the 6th component of the Housing Strategy and Development Plan. So as I mentioned, we re-engaged Bay Ergonomics to finish this component of the plan. They did estimate existing and future housing needs. This was actually done previously, but they were able to refine it, and it was a year later, so the numbers were updated a little bit. They also looked at the estimated cost of producing housing needs. This is based on a regional cost of constructing housing, particularly affordable housing, in our greater Sacramento region. They estimated the portion of the cost generally contributed by or through a local government. There are funding sources that can only come through a local government, such as your community development block grants. So this was an opportunity to kind of look at what normally or generally would come through that local government. They also identified funding opportunities and strategies to help financially assist those housing projects. As part of that, the existing and future housing need, it was broken down into a short-term and a long-term look. It looked throughout a 20-year look at what those affordable housing needs or total housing needs are going to be. It broke down the short-term by our existing or our current regional housing needs allocation. That's in our housing element today. And then looked at long-term, which is 2022 through 2040. So in total, we're looking based on our population and our employment growth, about 13,000 or 13,305 new homes needed to accommodate that. It also broke it out to Eastern and Western so that we could better align some of our programs based on the needs of each of those areas. And then as mentioned, it also identified the cost of meeting that need. So the total program is about for a 20-year of 13, the affordable component of that is about $1.8 billion. That works out to be about $12 million per year that would normally come through some type of local assistance to meet that need. Some of the reasons why the gap or the amount is so much is because just kind of our placement in the market today. We are considered kind of a tertiary market for construction and rent. Much of our construction costs are based on Sacramento and even to some degree the Bay Area, but our rents are not the same as don't command that same level. So if you just did a kind of a quick example here, 800 square foot multifamily unit, construction costs can range anywhere from $205 a square foot up to $440 a square foot. $205 is actually your modular type construction that doesn't have any type of prevailing wage associated with it, up to a fully subsidized, such as the project with Mercy Housing that we're looking at the government center, which is, those are run higher at about $440 a square foot. Proportional rents to that, $1,900 to $2,600, is what would be needed to kind of offset those types of construction costs. Fair market rents in our area, you can tell, are a little bit below that. And when you really add that affordable cap to them, you really do see a big gap. And that's why the CDRA's Housing Strategy and Development Plan has a heavy emphasis on trying to reduce the cost of construction to help reduce that gap. In addition to looking for financing and funding to help with it, but if we can reduce the cost of that construction, we can reduce that gap in the cost. Current and ongoing funding sources that the county uses today and has used in the past, of course, grants and low interest loans. We talked about the Schaefer's Mill funding that we had up there. County-owned land, a good example of that, of course, is the Government Center and the Mercy Housing Project. Fee adjustments, deferrals, and waivers. The use of the affordable housing in lieu fee that we've collected today. That program has been around for about 20 years now. That trust fund was set up back in the late or early 2000s, I would say, late 1990s. And that funding is now being looked at and invested back into projects based on your board's direction. County support for the development-driven project base. So again, this is, Schaefer's Mill was a great example of that, where the county was able, through an agreement, to be able to raise that score so that that project was able to get funded. New funding opportunities that were identified in the investment strategy and that could be looked at that are not typically or used today as part of the county's housing program. Existing and future tax revenues, so this may be sales or use tax increases, transient occupancy tax, parcel tax, self-assessment districts such as a business improvement district, whether it's tourism-based or parcel-based, Special housing financing districts, through some of the recent changes in state law, new tools that kind of mimic the old redevelopment are now available to be looking at. They have their pluses and minuses for sure, but they are something that we might want to look at as we're moving forward. And then, of course, affordable housing bond measure. There is the redevelopment property tax trust fund that is remaining or left over from the dissolving of the redevelopment agency. The affordable housing fees, as we look forward to those. Senate Bill 2, which is a recorder fee that now is applied to all or most transactions, and private sources of funding, such as the Affordable Housing Trust, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and of course, direct general fund contributions. The one that does, I do continue to hear, the real estate transfer fee. I know it came up again at the board meeting when it was in Tahoe. This was something that staff looked at about 2 years ago. At that time, it was determined that it wasn't something that the county could actually do, albeit that, you know, private could still do it, something similar to, say, the Martis Fund, and or cities could consider something as that nature. However, with recent changes again in state law, AB 3041, that actually really tightened the reins on the development of even a private real estate transfer fee. In my read on it, I'm not positive the Martis Fund could probably even be recreated today under the new rules. But really more importantly is it now limits any funding that does come through a real estate transfer fee cannot be leveraged against federal funding or mortgage instruments such as Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. So it's really constrained in the use of probably meeting our needs for an affordable housing. So I just want to make sure, you know, to put that is not one that we are continuing to look at this point in time. If things change or if there's other interpretations where that might be useful, we would definitely keep that into consideration. So the ones that we're really probably focusing in on in the immediate and kind of midterm, and of course long-term if they do work out, are the ones that are here in the box. So looking forward to, you know, how to utilize affordable housing fees, as those are still to come in. We do have projects out there that as they build out will have a requirement to pay those in lieu fees. Senate Bill 2, this one, as I mentioned, is that recorder fee. It is unfortunate that the way that bill was set up does allow in the first year of funding, it does provide some planning funding for Placer County, but in years 2 and going forward, the way the money will be allocated out is first and foremost over 70% of the funding will go to only entitlement communities, which are communities under HUD that get formula funding for their housing. Anything remaining, Placer County will need to compete for. It does appear that they're using the same type of competition requirements as other grant funding, which we know Placer County just doesn't compete really well for. So one of the options we are looking for with that is to see if we can't partner with other jurisdictions in the county, maybe create an entitlement consortium where we might be able to get those formula funding our way. Private sources of funding, again, that would be, you know, looking such as the Housing Trust Fund, and I'll talk in more specifics about that. So as Steve mentioned, staff is recommending 3 next steps for the implementation of the Housing Strategy and Development Plan. One is to approve a housing unit goal, support a funding this year for a pilot program that will accelerate the housing production, and then authorize the creation of a private housing trust fund. So the first in this is the housing unit goal. This has come up in probably every conversation we have with stakeholders or advocacy groups is, you know, what is the county's goal on the for affordable housing? What's laid out here are 5 very broad options for the board's consideration. And the first one being kind of continue with this periodic development of affordable housing. This is the way we have been doing it. And you can see here that since about 2006, about 173 affordable units have been created. Program option number 2 is the regional housing needs allocation. So we would set the goal at RHNA. We are now estimating what RHNA will be for the next housing cycle, which is 2021 through 2029. It is, again, estimated about 6,000 of those units will be required to be affordable. Based on the cost estimates that were outlined in the report, that looks to be about a $6 million annually needed to accommodate RHNA. Program number 3 is to look at the full growth need through 2040, and that is that 9,670 affordable units. That cost is about $12 million annually to accommodate that development or achieve the gap. Program option number 4 is the 10% affordable housing. This is what we call the Roseville model. About 20 years ago in 1999, 98, 99, Roseville adopted a policy that said 10% of all housing would be affordable. Today, Placer County builds about 300 new housing starts per year. So if you estimate 30 of those, 10% of those, our estimate is about 736 per year would be needed to achieve that gap. Now this one would fluctuate. If development goes up and new housing starts go up, then 10% would also go up and the cost of that gap would go up. Program option number 5 is that 10% affordable housing with what we're calling a bridge to RHNA. So in the past, under the housing element law and the requirement for RHNA, it was almost kind of a start over with each housing cycle. With those recent changes in state law, not only will we need to accommodate our future growth, as we always have with RHNA, through ensuring that land is available for the construction of affordable housing, we also must meet our existing need. So with this program option, we looked at what our existing need is, which was also identified in the BAE study, and looked at those that were highest or most cost burdened. So that means households where their housing costs are 50% or more of their total income. We looked at this over a 20-year period and coupled it with the program number 4, the 10%. Looks like about 132 affordable units per year over a 20-year plan, and that's about $2.4 million for the gap financing in that. Second item that we're asking your board to consider today is to fund a pilot program. And this would to accelerate, accelerate the development of affordable housing. The idea here is to really use those that are existing programs we already have in place so that we could hit the ground running. First-time home buyer and residential deed restriction. These are programs we already have in place. It would just need funding to deliver. Secondary or accessory dwelling unit construction financing. The state actually, through the Cal Home program, did launch a pilot program in one city this last year on that. It does show some promise. It's only been out for a short period of time. The idea here would be that we would be able to utilize some of those program guidelines and roll something out fairly quickly locally. That does seem to be the #1 concern in developing secondary dwellings at this time. It's just the being able to finance it or the upfront costs to be able to do that. Those would all be revolving loan type programs, as I mentioned. So the idea is that this would be a program that we would be able to continue for years. And the last item that we're asking you to consider today is the creation of a private housing trust. So the county does have a public housing trust fund. This is where either public dollars or in lieu fee dollars do go in, and then they are leveraged and put back out for the development of housing. They are limited to public requirements for those funds, so be it prevailing wage or other limitations that may be on the use of public dollars. In creating a private housing trust fund, it's an opportunity for kind of private dollars to come in, be leveraged with other private dollars to be constructed out. This would not replace the county's public housing trust fund. They would be able to work together going forward. So some of the benefits of that is a dedicated revenue stream, although we understand that that would fluctuate, but it is a dedicated revenue stream. Leverage other funds from multiple resources, reduce the cost of borrowing. And then in some instances, it's not just for new construction. We have seen programs where they also provide, through a private housing trust fund, long-term rental assistance or assist with special need populations such as elderly, homeless, or farm workers. Things to consider as part of this, a private housing trust is, what are the program goals? This does kind of come back to the county's unit goal. It'll be important to kind of set that goal for fundraising efforts so that the amount can be realistically generated to achieve those goals. Also, just determining how stable those revenue streams are. Are they kind of a one and done, or is it something that we can see continuing to come into that trust fund? And then, of course, at the end of it, just the administration of all resources needed to run that trust. So staff's recommendations as outlined in the staff report. The first one is to direct staff to proceed with that program option number 5, which is the 10% affordable with the bridge to RENA. Staff feels, and the reason for that recommendation is that it aligns best with the general plan goals and policies for the development of affordable housing. It achieves the board's stated interest to implement an all-around approach to addressing housing needs, meets the county intent to achieve the state housing objectives, but at the same time allows our program to kind of grow over time, as opposed to hitting a hard number all at once. That 10%, as our building goes up, that 10% can kind of grow along with it. On the housing pilot program, staff is requesting that the board support as part of the budget process up to $500,000 to go directly to the trust fund for a pilot program that would accelerate housing production. Again, the intent is to launch the program this year, utilizing kind of like program guidelines, things that are already there so that we can move quickly on this pilot program. And the third request today is the private housing trust, and that's the authorize the creation of the private housing trust to secure funding for the production of affordable housing. And the reason for that recommendation is encourage local contribution, establish that dedicated source of revenue, leverage private dollars, and provide flexibility to meeting the local affordable housing market. And with that, I will land on the last slide, which is just a summary of the 3 things we spoke of.
Okay. Board members have questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
I feel like I'm dominating today.
Yeah.
On your recommendation number 3, I spoke with you, as well as Mr. Pedretti, about the idea of having 2 different trusts, one for the east slope of the county, because I think our housing isn't tied, and we do have the opportunity through the T-bid up there that there would be some private funds being generated that I'm sure they would like to see the housing units crafted and developed up there.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Just wanted to make sure we could do that within this recommendation.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, I have a few. Beginning on your slide number 4, you've identified regulatory relief and the housing code update, where we will be looking at things that we have that could reduce cost of providing housing by, as you identified, reducing our costs. However, what are we anticipating with the 2020 state building standards update is going to do to costs for housing?
We do anticipate in some areas for sure that increasing. We all, hopefully we can all always look at the positive as well. There are some opportunities where we would be able to maybe streamline, not streamline, but allow for, say, all electric homes, which tend to have a lower cost than, say, a gas and electric home. But I mean, some of those regulations, adding solar to every home, I mean, those are going to increase the cost of construction. And that's going to come back to, what Jennifer talked about is our advocacy is, we need to be pretty vocal about that. I think a good step was starting to identify the cost of housing. And as we go back and start, lobbying for these changes, to have those hard numbers as we're there, to show what it's doing to particularly jurisdictions such as Placer County, more of an edge kind of community, is important.
And in the course of that, it might be worth advocating for something that says that if you're in a jurisdiction, city or county, that has an affordable housing program that has the following components, define them as we wish, maybe you are exempt from certain building standards, those kinds of things. For the life of me, I don't know how the state doesn't understand the theory of the point of diminishing returns. When we talk about energy efficiency and these kinds of things, 2 decades ago, you could spend a little bit of money and get a significant return. We're now down to spending significant money and getting very little return for it. And yet, every year, we look at higher building standards, tighter envelopes, all these things that just dramatically increase the construction costs. And we sit in a state that has, from San Diego up to Eureka, an affordable housing crisis. Just, but don't draw any connections. Slide number 8. You, on your multifamily housing market, your construction costs, where you identify a fairly broad range of $205 up to $440. Is that is that including incentives that are provided within the construction?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for instance, our Auburn project, where we are looking at the county throws in the land, we're still looking at a construction cost of $440.
Oh, no, I apologize.
That is
That is included, yeah, so it's in addition to that, it also includes the requirements of those affordable projects for maintenance over those, 55 to 99 years too. So that's why those projects tend to have a much higher square footage cost than, say, a market rate product, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Slide 13. A little confused by the number here. On option 4, you say estimated 30 affordable units per year at a cost of $736,000. Is that per unit, or is that our total cost to deliver 30?
That's the gap financing needed for roughly 30 units per year. So, and that 736 is per year as well. So, but yeah, it's just the gap financing necessary for those 30 units.
That's the county share, which is 20% of the total gap.
Correct.
That's the county share above and beyond what we would otherwise be requiring from the developer or something?
Yeah, from conventional financing or rents or those, yeah, it's the gap.
Okay. I'm a little curious as to how we come up with that number, and I'm using in my mind the most recent experience that we had at this board, and that's the White Hawk 2 subdivision, where we have a requirement for, if we were to shoot for a 10%, 5 affordable units at a market gap that was about $350,000 a unit, so north of $1.5 million is the gap just on that one project for 5 units.
That's a little different. This is the affordability gap, so it's a little over 100,000 per unit is the affordability gap. And then if we look at just the 20%, what would normally come through a local jurisdiction, that's what the 736 is. So the gap that we're talking about with White Hawk is from a sales price of that type of unit down to the affordable level. This is looking at a more average of what an average unit would cost, and then the affordability requirement.
And I guess this gets me to the issue that I have with the blanket sense of inclusionary zoning and just requiring a 10% requirement. It does not take into consideration the rather dramatic swings that we have within our county in developing in Granite Bay or Carnelian Bay versus West Roseville. To blanket say that we need a 10% requirement or whatever doesn't take into consideration those very dramatic cost differences to provide product in these other areas.
Well, and I guess I would say that creation of something like a trust where they could, there's an inclusionary or equivalent, and the equivalent could be funding into a trust at more of an average cost, as Sean has pointed out. That might make more sense community-wide.
Okay. All right. On your slide number 14, I'm very interested in learning more about, obviously not right now, but learning more about the secondary dwelling unit construction financing program. So if you have some information, you can get to me.
We can pass it along, absolutely.
And then on slide 16, with your recommendation, help me understand what do you mean? What does staff mean when they say proceed with program option 5, 10% affordable housing? What does that look like in the market today?
So in the market today, as I mentioned, we build about 300 new housing starts. So the goal of financing the gap for housing would be to try to fill the gap for roughly 30 units per year. Okay. And then in addition to that, looking at what our existing housing needs are, again, in this recommendation, we looked at the highest cost burden households, which are those households that have a cost burden of more than 50% of their income going to their housing costs, which gets you to about another 97 or so units. Looking over a 20-year period, that would be about 132. So 2.4 million is what we're estimating to be the gap finance, the county's contribution or the local government's contribution to the gap for constructing about 132 units per year.
But that assumes that the housing market has contributed what? What is that gap, the 2.4 million you identified, is the remainder once you have taken the sum total and subtracted how much from it?
80% would be about
80%.
$10 million.
Right.
The remainder of the gap, if that's what you're looking at. We're also with the 2.4 million, we're not looking at that as a general fund contribution. We're looking at a variety of things that might provide that funding. For example, if we were to do a consortium with Roseville or with other cities, HUD has given us an estimate that we'd get about $600,000 a year of CDBG money. We guesstimate really, that we might get another $400,000 from SB2. So we might have $1 million annually if we can pull that consortium together. If we have, if somehow we had TOT or non-residential or residential in lieu fees or other types of funding were to occur, then that would add to it any grants that we might get. So those are the types of things we're looking at when we say the 2.4 million. We're not looking for a $2.4 million general fund contribution, and we're not expecting that money to start immediately. It's going to take some time to build that up. So that's what we're thinking.
And I appreciate that. What I'm getting at is, what is the assumption that we have asked the marketplace to bear, either in the form of fees or some other, whether it's construction, what have you? What are we asked? How does this break down on a, whether it's a price per square foot basis, however you want to calculate it? What's the actual cost that's going to be absorbed within the marketplace for new home purchases?
Right. If 2.4 million is 20%, then we're looking upwards of $10 million for the other 80%. We use the 20% is based on what, on average, local governments fund with these types of projects.
Okay. So it's assumed 300 houses on an annual basis?
That's what we have right now.
That
I think that will pick up once the specific plans really get going. That could increase.
So the approximate $10 million at the marketplace and the additional cost of a new home is 300 houses divided by $10 million roughly.
No, because we had the arena was added on as well. The other 100.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out, what are we really saying to the marketplace for a new home buyer, a market rate new home buyer? What are we saying if we take these steps to achieve these goals? What's the additional burden that we're adding to anybody who's walking through a Moyer open house today?
It's 80% of the gap. So if the gap's roughly $100,000, it's $80,000 per unit on the affordable units, and that's kind of a weighted average.
So then it's the $80,000 divided by 9 units, because you have 10%?
No, it'd be per unit. So each unit's $100,000 gap. So each affordable unit has about $100,000. And again, I'm using averages based on low, very low, and moderate. And the assumption is that about 20% would come from local government or through the local government channels in some format. And that 80% is the remaining gap that needs to close the market. So for what the market can charge down to what the affordable is, that 80% would
approximately
need.
how
But-
much?
That would be the 80,000 divided by the
Yeah.
9 units.
But then
yes.
you also have to identify the 1 in 10 requirement, so it's not each unit, it's 8
Each
to 9.
affordable unit, I
Right,
apologize.
is the gap, I'm looking at it the other side. You're asking 9 new home buyers to subsidize to the cost of about $10,000 per new home, and then the county comes, or $9,000 per new home, and the county comes in with 10 to 20,000, or some other jurisdiction, whether it's is what you're saying.
Unless
So the cost
other
of your
sources of
average-
financing can be provided, like say through 9% tax credits. Those are things that don't come through the local government. Those are ones developers can go out directly to obtain funding from. So that can help close that 80% or those $80,000 on average through other funding sources that are only related to a developer. Usually affordable housing developer will apply for those funds.
Okay. Just trying to get a sense of what we're asking new home buyers to absorb in Placer County by way of additional cost when they go to purchase a house in order to meet the affordable goal here. Because ultimately it's the buyers that pay for it. I mean, people say, let's just make the builders pay for it. The buyers that pay for it. Otherwise, nothing gets built. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On your recommendation summary, I'm looking at the funding requests for the Housing Trust Fund on number 2, and then on number 3, a private housing trust. So what's the difference between a housing trust fund and a private housing trust?
So currently, the county has a housing trust fund that we do see funding coming into. The idea here would be, if the request is supported, funds would go directly into the public trust fund, our trust fund, and be, allocated back out through some revolving loan type program, so that it's a program that can continue to operate. But it would be required to be done under that trust fund's guidelines and public dollar requirements. Under a private trust fund, there is the ability to take private dollars in and reinvest those or leverage them with other private dollars and go out, and it is not required to follow the same type of public funding requirements. So the idea here with the county's trust fund that currently exists today and a private trust fund is that they would continue together and to be able to work together, maximizing whatever sources of funding are out there, be it public or private, and leverage those to get the best product.
So how would the private trust fund be managed?
Those are things that we do still need to look into. So there are about a dozen of these private trust funds throughout the state that we are looking at. Actually, Orange County just passed a bill, or had a bill passed, I should say, on their behalf last year for all the 35 jurisdictions within Orange County to create a private trust fund. They're in the process now of trying to work through that with 35 different jurisdictions. I can only imagine how that's going. But they are, the intent is to leverage those private dollars. All of the ones that we've looked at, every single one of them is a little different based on the goals and objectives of that trust fund and how they want it to be utilized. So if we are directed today to proceed, that is something we'll need to work with both council and the stakeholders to determine what's the goals and purposes of the trust fund. And then that will help frame the administration and delivery of that trust fund.
So the stakeholders that have been on this committee looking for avenues to provide affordable housing, they would be members of, they would be on the private trust fund?
They could be,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Yes, I had another question, Shauna, on your setting the goals, the unit goals slide, number 13 again. My question is, depending on the goal we set, does it impact any state or federal granting opportunities or any requirements, when we move forward, depending on what goals we set for ourselves? Does it have any impact on securing funds
Not directly.
at all? Okay.
Not directly.
And then outlining, I know Supervisor Euler was talking quite a bit about the residential home building because we're tying these units or the goal to that, but we haven't identified the funding sources, and we have a number of funding sources we'll be looking at. And I would tell you, there's industry folks in lodging who are concerned about TOT. Why is that being used? Because how is that driving housing costs? So there's a number of whatever industries, multifaceted funding approaches we take, we're going to have these challenges. And I think we're still open based on this to how we're going to fund the situation. But we are looking at setting goals and setting up the trust fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from board members, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody wanting to address the board, please step forward, identify yourself, and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Welch. I'm the chair of Placer Community Foundation Board of Directors. Also been a Placer County taxpayer for the past 30 years. I'm here today to once again comment on the affordable housing crisis in Placer County and to encourage the board to act as soon as possible to address that crisis. We've been here many times, so this is one more time. Today, I encourage the board, I am encouraged that the board has the opportunity to approve staff's recommendations and implement specific policy to create more affordable housing in our county. That's the good part. On the other hand, I'm very discouraged that today's staff recommendations exclude any policy proposals regarding eliminating fees in lieu as an alternative to constructing affordable housing in our county. As you well know, and at your request, Steve Pedretti and Shauna Purvines created and led an affordable housing stakeholders group. We were asked to deliver a set of recommendations to address the affordable housing crisis. Today, staff is asking the board to formally approve 3 of those recommendations. Unfortunately, these are just a subset of the recommendations that we developed in the stakeholders work group. And these recommendations specifically exclude the elephant in the room, what to do about fees in lieu as an alternative to constructing affordable housing. Although the stakeholders group struggled with developing an overall fee in lieu recommendation, we did not come up with a fee in lieu recommendation. We did agree, and we all agreed, that all specific plans should require a 10% housing construction requirement. All sides agreed to that. Yet we don't have that on the recommendations today. And although we couldn't agree on a construct versus fee in lieu policy for small projects and general plan amendments, I believe the options are very limited. They're not very complicated. I believe that the stakeholders group could put together the options and deliver those very, very quickly to the board for consideration. So with that background, I ask the board to consider 3 actions today. Approve the recommendations of the staff. It's a step in the right direction. There's probably some things that we don't know how to do, but let's take the step and get going. Vote today to support the stakeholders group recommendation to adopt policy that requires construction, 10% construction of affordable housing for all specific plan developments. We agreed to that. Why not do it? And then assign the staff and the stakeholder group to identify construction and fee in lieu policy options for smaller projects and general plan amendments, and do this quickly. You just approved a work plan that calls for item 3.1 that final fee in lieu recommendations for board adoption will be done in September of 2019. That might be a little quick considering we're in August and what it takes to turn this around, but I think that work group could probably bring you back the options. We're not going to have a universal recommendation, but we could tell you what the options are and give you a choice to make probably by the end of October. And then if we could adopt these and get done by the end of 2019, we could get on to implementation, and wouldn't that be a wonderful world? So in closing, I'd just like to say, and thanks for letting me go over, I'd just like to say, as I often do, what a great place Placer County is. In fact, Placer County is so special that a feature in last week's Wall Street Journal titled the 2019 Buyer's Guide. You guys have seen this section of the Wall Street Journal before. It identified Placer County. It said Placer County is so special that we are ranked the seventh hottest real estate sellers market in the country. Bay Area is not on that. New York's not on that. All of the hot markets in the world or in our country are not on that. We're on that. We are a hot real estate market. And what they said was that people are willing to pay a premium to live here. So the questions about how much does it cost comes down to people are really willing to pay that extra cost because this is such a great place to live. So let's be sure we keep it that way by building affordable housing that creates a healthy housing balance and adds value to all our taxpayers. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Lou Bailey, and I'm with Placer People of Faith Together. And it's good to hear about all the work that's been done, and we applaud you for that. At the same time, it's pretty disappointing to me that my college-educated children, adult children, cannot live in Placer County. The problem in Placer County has been documented in headlines everywhere, as we already heard some of, and in several recent housing reports for unaffordability. It's the 22nd in the nation for unaffordability, according to the Sacramento Business Journal. So we ask that you keep that in mind as you're considering what to do on this issue. There's a lot of good people that cannot afford to live here.
I'm Kathy Weirbick, also with the Placer People of Faith. And I just want to remind you that that wonderful article in the Wall Street Journal is a measure of our liability. That we are number 7 in the whole country as a seller's market is a measure of how impossible it is for low-income people to buy.
I'm David Aproff from also the Placer People of Faith Together group. Just reiterating a couple of things that you have heard already, but to emphasize them. The California Housing Partnership reported that Placer County is 7,319 units short of meeting current demand for affordable homes. And the 2018 Annual Housing Element Progress Report shows that we have only produced 7% of affordable units needed by 2021.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Beth Gonzalez from Placer People of Faith Together, and I'm here with visuals. So we actually want more than the 10%. We want $12 million a year annually. That's option 3 in the report, option 3. Option 3 says that 2% of the county budget should go for affordable housing. And that means $12 million a year annually. If we don't do that now, are we going to do that next year? When are you going to do that? I mean, we're just kicking the can down the road. So if we don't build the housing now, as we know, it's not going to get cheaper next year. It doesn't get cheaper the next year. So we have to take our budget, we are the county, right? It's our tax dollars, and put it into affordable housing so that everybody can live here. So that's $12 million. It's a little less than 2% of the budget. The 10% is cute, it's a nice number, but it's not the number. And it takes a lot of courage to go for the whole shebang. So we need to build it all. We can't wait for somebody else to build it. We're building it. And we want no in lieu fees. It's not right. It doesn't work. It's not fair. It's not right for the people who need housing. And we want no exemptions. So we're asking you to be brave, courageous, use your public sensibilities, people who elected you to create a community for everybody, because we already know that more than 10% are not having a healthy life because they don't have a healthy home. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Annette Tomlin. First of all, thank you for all the work that's been done. Over here, what an incredible job in making this move forward. I appreciate that very much. Now I'd like to cut to the chase. There's pretty well been, I think, more than enough of passing the buck and beating that dead horse. I know we can't go back, okay? You know, once again, you can't go back and, fix how things were and handled in the past. But it's time to fix it now. Using that number, 7,319, it being the current number for rentals needed now. That's an incredible amount. What I'm asking for is that you reduce the impact fees, set aside a percentage of units for the lower income households now. Chairman Euler, you said something about people in this county being safe. This is a big part of keeping everyone safe within this county. Keeping things, together and coming together as one, to accomplish this, I think is the most important thing. You as a leader, I see intelligence, quick wit, and charm. Yeah, we might share a few of those things, by the way. What I mean by saying that is, this group that you have here, what an incredible group that can make things go forward and make these changes and make them happen. Incredible financial minds, business minds, legal minds. I have faith. I have faith in all of you. And I'm just asking for this to happen. And I'd like to see it happen now as far as getting this housing going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will Taylor, Placer Independent Resource Services. I'm also the chair of the Placer Consortium on Homelessness. To start with, I want to thank Cedra, Steve, and Shauna for all the work you've put into this. You've taken kind of a holistic approach to funding, to construction, and you've really done a lot of amazing work. And I really appreciate how hard you've, above and beyond. And you've been working on this for years, and it shows. The depth of knowledge, the depth of research. It's really, really impressive. And I want to thank you for your responsiveness to my emails and the amount of information you provide when I ask you for input. I also want to thank the board for taking this issue on. I know we've been coming at you about affordable housing, but you've really taken a lead on addressing it and taking this issue seriously. We know that homelessness is related to affordable housing, and the cost of living here has a direct effect on how many people are homeless in this county. As such, we support the county requiring developers to build 10% affordable housing in specific plans. Not a big fan of in lieu fees, but in small projects, I can see how that would be practical. Placer County is an attractive place to do business. People want to build here. People want to buy here. I know $10,000 sounds like a premium to buy a new house, but if you're paying $600,000, it might be worth it to live here, to subsidize the affordable housing for people who can't afford that. I support the staff recommendations. Option 5 seems like a good bridge to reaching our goal, but I'd also like to see the full growth need met. I mean, we're going to see more and more people living here, working working service jobs to support the community, and they need places to live too. So reaching the full growth needs of this county will prevent homelessness, will keep people housed, and will provide a dynamic, rich community, which is what we all want. Because if we don't increase the housing supply and increase it soon, we're going to have to start talking about rent stabilization. And I know that's a conversation you do not want to have, but I'll bring people to the table because we have to make this an affordable community to live in. And we can do this. You've shown the leadership. Cedra has put in the work. We have solutions on the table. I encourage you to take the steps to eliminate in lieu fees and you know, please, we really support holding developers accountable so we can increase the housing stock and put people in homes rather than on the streets. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Williams. I'm the financial aid director for Sierra College, and as such, I visit with poverty 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, even on the weekends if they call me, because I give them my text, my phone. Our campus right now is experiencing the highest rate of homelessness than we've ever experienced before. Right now, I'm working with 125 youth who do not have a place to lay their head at night. They're sleeping in our doorways, they're sleeping in the cars. I have found them on walks out on a property behind the campus. So it's any number of places where they might feel safe. Of that, also, I am serving about 8,500, not myself, but my staff, my team, my department, the college are serving about 8,500 students who are receiving federal Pell Grants. These are families and or individuals who are living at below poverty level in our county. We're at compassion fatigue at this point in how to help some of these students, and our solutions thus far is now we're teaming up 4 and 5 youth in an apartment across the street, and that's no way to live. A 1-bedroom apartment, you know, it's affordable to attend college, particularly a community college. What's not affordable is to live. It's easily $17,000 for 9 months of living for our students in a 1-bedroom apartment for 9 months here in Plaza County, and they just can't do it. School is safe for these students, particularly our homeless students. This is an 8-hour day that they can feel safe, receive food for our pantry, receive a hot meal from our meal vouchers that we provide them, but they have nowhere to go at night unless there's a shelter available or a shelter bed, which, by the way, are full. So they're not always available to our students. Because it's become so burdensome, it's not even the right word, it's become such a challenge for us to navigate the help with our students, because we're educators, you know, that's our main role. We are now starting something called a housing coalition at our campus to provide wraparound services, and we're reaching our community partners and trying to figure out ways in which to combat this, but we're not getting anywhere because we don't have any funding. We just don't have any place. Even if we had funding, we don't have a place to have them lay their heads. But the coalition's going to try and move forward as best as they can and learn about our options, because we are not as tooled in the resources that you all are tooled in, but we are learning. Right now, for a student to live off campus, it's $28,000 for 9 months. That includes tuition. The rest of it is housing and food and some miscellaneous expenses for transportation. $28,000. Thanks.
Good afternoon. It's getting late. I appreciate being able to speak to all of you, Supervisor Euler as chair, and to all of you on the Board of Supervisors again. I'm Carol Carter. I am a pastor, retired, working with Plaza People of Faith Together. I never bring this book with me because I believe that in our culture that many faith traditions exist and should be honored. But I bring it today to read to you one short passage. It's about Judgment Day. Now, I don't particularly believe in a big judgment day sometime in the future, but I believe that we sit in a position of being judged for the decisions we make about human beings in our community. And you're in a position to make powerful decisions. You're in a position to look at option 3. I don't know why option 5 is even up there. I was in the stakeholders group. I was pretty quiet because I don't know all the details of construction and all of that. But I know that construction companies are making lots of money in this county, and they're very happy about that, and it feels threatening to them, probably, to think about affordable housing also being constructed and offered to people here. But so many people in this community are suffering because they either pay so much of their income for their rent or for their house that they have little left for other things. And my family is one of those. We rent. We don't know when our rental will fall apart because the owners can't afford to fix it. But anyway, I want to read this because I think we need to think about the moral question of making a strong decision, setting a goal. Look at that whole amount of housing we need till 2040. Let's set a goal. We're going to do this. We have the power in this community to do whatever we choose to do. We have to make decisions about what's a priority in this community. And everybody's shelter is a very high priority. So just remember these words, please, and apply them to your own faith context. When he finally arrives, blazing in beauty, and all his angels with him, the Son of Man will take his place on his glorious throne. Then all the nations will be arranged before him, and he will sort the people out, much as a shepherd sorts out sheep and goats, putting sheep to his right and goats to his left. Then the king will say to those on his right hand, "Enter, you who are blessed by my Father. Take what's coming to you in this kingdom. It's been ready for you since the world's foundation. And here's why. I was hungry, and you fed me. I was thirsty, and you gave me a drink. I was homeless, and you gave me a room. I was shivering, and you gave me clothes. I was sick, and you stopped to visit. I was in prison, and you came to me." Then those sheep are going to say to the master, "What are you talking about? When did we ever see you hungry or feed you, thirsty and give you a drink? And when did we ever see you sick or in prison and come to you?" Then the king will say, "I am telling the solemn truth. Whenever you did one of these things to someone overlooked and ignored, that was me. You did it to me." Then he will turn to the goats, the ones on the left, and say, "Get out, worthless goats. You're good for nothing, but maybe the fires of hell. But why? Because I was hungry and you gave me no meal. I was thirsty, you gave me no drink. I was homeless and you gave me no bed. I was shivering and you gave me no clothes. Sick and in prison and you never visited." Then those goats are going to say, "Master, what are you talking about? When did we ever see you hungry or thirsty or homeless or shivering or sick or in prison and didn't help?" He will answer them, "I'm telling you the solemn truth. Whenever you failed to do one of these things to someone who was being overlooked or ignored, that was me. You failed to do it to me." Then those goats will be herded to their eternal doom, but the sheep to their eternal reward. I invite you to think of it in terms of this present moment as well as the eternal.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Rabbi Susan Conforti. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you, not everybody.
Could I ask you to speak up a little bit, please?
I'm Rabbi Susan Conforti.
Thank you.
I'm co-president of Plaza People of Faith Together. The Bible exhorts us to house those who are poor and those who have been cast out of their homes. 100% of them, not 10%. The prophet Isaiah rebukes those who fast and bow low, but do not act justly. The prophet says, "Is this not the fast that I have chosen, to loose the fetters of wickedness, to undo the bands of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke, every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou should bring the poor that are cast out to thy house?" I want Placer County to be a place where my children can afford to live without my help. I have one child I've been able to help. We're rich enough, I've been able to help her with her first home, but not here in Placer County. What about the poor that are cast out into the streets because of medical conditions? Or the poor who live with 2 other families in an apartment made for one? I've seen it. 2 families take the 2 bedrooms, 1 family gets the living room, and guests sleep in the kitchen. I don't know about you, but my husband and I could not live very peaceably together in a 12,000 square foot home. Not 12,000, 1,200 square foot home. 12,000 is big enough. But it was 1,200 square feet, and it was, we needed space. So for the sake of justice, I urge you to spend 2% of your budget on option 3. If you look at whatever screen it was 6 times as much money to choose option 3, but more than 6 times as many affordable housing units. I ask you to spend 2% of your budget so that my second child can afford to live here. I thank you for your time and attention and ask God to bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Herb Whitaker. I'm the managing attorney of the local office of Legal Services of Northern California. We provide free legal assistance to low-income clients in Placer County, and I can tell you that housing is our #1 priority because every single day we work on cases where people are being evicted or foreclosed, or they're looking for affordable housing in Placer County and they can't find it. So the crisis is very real for people. It's very real for the people in my office. I would like to begin by just endorsing many of the comments that were made before I arrived, especially those of Larry Welch, and I would like to reinforce the comments that he's made and endorse those. One of the things that's been mentioned is the new report by the California Housing Partnership, and so that's what I asked to be passed out to you just today. And this is a new report. I just got it last week. It's very consistent with the other information that you have received. California Partnership is not picking on Placer County. They've issued these reports for all of the counties in the SACOG area. But for Placer County, it highlights that the problem is particularly acute. Just to emphasize a couple of the findings. First, cuts in federal and state funding have been reduced for the investment of affordable housing in Placer County by more than $6 million annually since 2008. That's a 76% reduction in the federal money that's flowing into this area. Next, the report identifies that Placer County needs 7,319 more affordable units right now. That's the current demand. The other finding that I'd like to highlight, is the rent overburden. So if you look at the last key finding, renters in Placer County need to earn $32.40 per hour 2.7 times the minimum wage in order to afford the median monthly asking rent of $1,685. The report is very brief, and so I would really implore you to take a look at it. It's mostly charts that highlight the crisis that we have in Placer County. So, for example, when it gets to the rent overburden section, the 2.5% of the minimum wage, it shows you what retail workers, preschool teachers, janitors, and cleaners earn in Placer County. And it shows that they cannot afford housing in Placer County. And so, therefore, it is for this reason that I would implore the board to take action. I did a review just recently of the housing element policies that have been adopted since 1984. 35 years of affordable housing policies. And this board has adopted policy after policy saying that we were going to do something, but we didn't do anything, and we didn't implement those policies. And as a result, when you look at the housing production, year after year for the last 35 years, the private market, thank goodness, has been able to exceed the demands for above moderate income housing. That's why we're one of the highest selling markets in the country. But year after year, we've been dismally failures at producing affordable housing for low income people. And therefore, I would ask the board to take some action today. I recommend the actions suggested by the staff. However, I would recommend that we adopt option number 3. The BAE study indicated what the housing needs are. Why should we adopt a goal which is any less than what the actual housing needs are for our county? So I would encourage the board to adopt option 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ken Larson, 35-year resident of Placer County, member of the Community Foundation Board of Directors. A pleasure to be here, really a pleasure to be here. Today's a really important day. I think we're finally, after lots of discussion, lots of good work, great work by the staff, great work by the stakeholder group to really work through various aspects of the issue. I have no doubt that you all understand the gravity of the issue in Placer County. It's just picking which way to go. And I think that's the real inflection point we're looking at. What's been missing is a policy that you all agree to that's backed up by specific goals that the creative and smart people around us can figure out how to go about implementing. So today I would implore you, don't leave today without picking 3 or 5. Those are my choices. You need to decide though, because that will set in motion the work of everyone else to get those units built. So please spend the time necessary to make that decision and make it well, and let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name's Rick Saletta. I'm a 40-year resident of Placer County, live in Newcastle, also have a home in Homewood. So I'm very involved at both the lake and in Placer County. I'm currently a board member of the Community Foundation, and I also serve as a commissioner for Placer County First 5. I do have a letter I would like the board to receive. I'm not going to read the letter. It's from the executive director of First 5, just wanting to call your attention to the needs of the community for the 0 to 5 and their families, but more importantly, the emphasis on option 3, seriously consider. I'd also like just to underscore the conversation that took place before I came, which was the public safety side of this issue. We had the sheriff here. We spoke about beds, jail. Think about who's in our jail today, who's revolving in and out of our jail. We have a homeless problem that has some roots in affordable housing. You've heard a lot today. I won't repeat. I would like to echo Herb Whitaker's comments and Larry Welch to support that. And thank you for your service and appreciate working on your behalf as well. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Thompson. I'm also on the board of the Placer Community Foundation, and I know that you have the facts. And I personally would like to advocate for construction I would like to see affordable housing on the ground, no matter what option you choose. I think 3 will probably get us closer to it. So what I am saying is construction in lieu of fees. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gary McDonald. I'm Executive Director of Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center. Most of you have supported us in the past, and I want to express my appreciation for that. Lighthouse serves about 3,000 people per year. About 95% of them are at 130% or less of poverty, federal poverty rate, which means that they're one paycheck away or one bill away from being homeless themselves. Right now we're helping a family of 5 that's living in the motel because they can't afford to come up with the first month's rent and the security deposit. They're struggling just to get into adequate housing. My stepdaughter has been homeless because of her trauma in serving in the military, and also because of her additional mental disease. There is no silver bullet, there is no panacea for this issue. It's more like a puzzle. It's taking a little bit of this and a little bit of that and piecing it together and doing the best job that we can. There is a huge housing shortage. So part of that puzzle is maybe changing the building codes to build in less desirable land areas where the land may be cheaper and more affordable to build. Looking at variances that you may not look at in the past, looking at zoning changes, reducing the fees, allowing for smaller units. I served on Manitou Springs, a little town, mountain town in Colorado, and I served on the Planning Commission and then later as Vice Mayor of Manitou Springs. So I've been in your position, and we've looked at affordable housing units, and we were able to put it in by bringing everybody together and making exceptions across the board. I tend to look at, when I follow the affordable housing issue, I look at trends and what other cities are doing. And some of the cities have come up with some really innovative ideas, but I also have seen some trends that really are disturbing. I've seen more and more cities come up with tent cities. More and more people are living in sheds because they can lock the door and their wife is safe or their daughter is safe. People are living under expressways. I know that Lincoln, a couple of years ago in 2016, they had 30 homeless people that they actually counted. I get these numbers from the police department, so it's not the point in count. But the police department had 30 people that were registered as homeless. They had their names and everything. And 2 years later, in 2018, they were up to 80. So the trend is there's more and more homeless. The people that we serve are on the verge of being homeless unless there is more affordable housing made available to them. Thank you for all you're doing. I would stress and ask you to consider making the difficult choice, and that would be to build more affordable homes. And maybe option 3 is it, maybe dropping fees in lieu of, but working collaboratively with everyone that's been presenting here today to build more affordable homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, just by show of hands, how many folks down here still want to talk? I know we have some folks up in Tahoe. Got a half dozen or so down here. Why don't we have you guys go ahead and start lining up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Virgil Nelson. I'm a resident of Roseville and a retired pastor. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, our universe and every human being was created in the image of God. As a result of that, we have inalienable human rights, including the right to clean water, to food, to health care, and to a simple, decent home that is culturally appropriate to our given country. Also, in God's creation, some are chosen to govern on behalf of the common good. In the words of Zechariah, our leaders are enjoined by the Almighty to administer true justice and to show those who govern to show mercy and compassion on one another. They are not to oppress the widow or the fatherless, the alien, or the poor. In short, you and all of us have a moral and ethical responsibility and imperative to care for one another's needs. Finding affordable housing is a major challenge. as we've heard many examples today. A single person living on minimum wage in Auburn can barely live after paying $850 a month for the rent of just a room. It has not always been this way. Three main forces have come together to create our current situation. In the 30s, when my father moved to California looking for work, he stayed in the YMCA. How many Ys today have housing as part of their main mission? He also stayed in boarding houses and single-room occupancy hotels. Our major cities had hundreds of those, but they have been gentrified into condos and high-end apartments, resulting partly in the thousands of homeless that are sleeping on the streets in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Sacramento. We, as a culture, have a bias against single people, especially single men. The other two factors began in the late 80s when the federal government drastically reduced the funds available for mortgage financing for multifamily units. The second change at that time was a change in the tax laws to favor investment in commercial construction over multifamily units. So it's no surprise that the construction of strip malls, shopping centers, and commercial buildings has skyrocketed to the detriment of affordable housing. Placer County allows zoning for boarding houses and for single-room occupancy hotels. That's great. In the choices you have today, I hope that you will take the full banana and will go for the actual construction of units and supporting those units as proposed in option number 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, Supervisors, Karen and Todd. Wayne Nader. This subject, obviously I've been before you before talking about this. If there was an easy solution, we would already have found it. This is really, really complex. And maybe I'm stating the obvious, but it is getting more difficult by the day. And I'm going to follow on Chairman Euler's comments that the mandates coming out of Sacramento are making this hurdle higher and higher almost by the day. And so I'm starting to struggle with how are we ever going to find a way to make affordable units. Now, I want to comment that I appreciate the work that Shauna and Jennifer and the others have put in. I think this is a great work product. It really identifies the issues. It gives a lot of good options to consider. But what I wanted to say is, again, as far as the cost per unit, I think you were trying to get to that, Chairman Euler. What is this going to cost those who are coming into Placer County, want to buy a new home per unit to get, to help in an affordable? Well, those costs, again, are keep going up. This one is coming your way, the Placer County Sustainable Plan. And the BIA has indicated that this will cost about $20,000 a unit. And there are other programs that are coming on. I mean, there's one I know that's near and dear to all of you, which is the Placer County Conservation Project. And there are costs involved in that. I've just started really kind of reviewing that, and I was a little surprised that it goes down to projects that are half an acre and above. And so there's fees that are involved in that are going to have some impacts on the cost of housing as well. So it just makes that hurdle higher. I have 3 suggestions for you. In this, on page 4, it says continued leadership and commitment. And I want to end this in that part by saying that the County Board of Supervisors will need to continue to make housing a priority and provide proactive leadership to ensure effective implementation over time. Maybe that's obvious, but I would suggest that you, at least on a quarterly basis, have a meeting to get an update on what's happening, basically keeping people's feet to the fire to making sure that things are happening, not an annual review. This should be happening more often. On page, let me get to that. page 29 on the left-hand side, I would really encourage you to encourage staff to really think about multi-type housing. I think the individual unit, residential unit is really something that just doesn't make economic sense when you start to try to deal with affordable housing. So we need to think about multiple housing, and that really needs to be the focus. And the last thing I would recommend, which you've already heard on from most of the people that stepped up, is the in lieu fee. It just doesn't work. I mean, we've had it in place for a while. It's put together a dismal amount of money. And I think one of the other issues related to it is, I think maybe one of you already mentioned, is this we have prevailing wage, which adds costs. So I would encourage you that if there's any trusts that are set up, if there's a way to set those mechanisms so that it doesn't look like public funding, because we know that 20%, there's probably a 20% premium when we go into prevailing wage. So whatever you do, try to structure it in that way. Because if we do this in lieu fee, suddenly it's in the county's hands and it's going to be subject to prevailing wage. So I would encourage you to really stay away from the in lieu fee and really try to get the product built and work with the building community and the development community to make that happen. Make it a partnership. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mallory Spilker. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. The California Apartment Association represents about 50,000 multifamily and single-family rental owners who collectively are responsible for managing or owning over 2 million affordable and market rate units in the state of California. We really want to thank the board for making this a priority this year for addressing our affordable housing challenges. I know this is a statewide issue. There's numerous bills in the Capitol that are putting a lot of pressure on local governments to do something, so we do appreciate you discussing this important item. And also thank you to Steve and Shauna. I know our stakeholder group had some difficult discussions at times, but I think we're in a good place, and we do support staff's recommendations today and look forward to continuing to work with staff and the board on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Euler and members of the Board of Supervisors. Jeff Short with the North State BIA. I want to start by echoing a few things. First, we also appreciate the efforts of Steve and Shauna throughout their process on this. Especially appreciate their efforts to streamline processes, reduce fees and regulations. That'll bring more housing of all price points to the county, which is the best way the county can bring more housing to the county. We also acknowledge the homelessness issue and want to point out that BIA members contribute time, talent, and money to HomeAid, which has provided over 2,000 units across the region to help address that issue. And we want to do our part to help address the affordable housing issue as well. From our opinion, Housing Trust is a creative idea that's worked in other parts of the state that allows for more efficiency, more revenue streams, and more accountability than a government-run program can. It allows for a much wider sector of the economy to participate, including banking and lending, healthcare, and building, all of which have mechanisms in place to participate in this and have expressed a level of interest if a housing trust were to be set up. This is also a way to leverage state and federal dollars. AB 101 has recently been signed. We've talked with staff about it. It's a possibility that the county would be eligible for money as soon as this fiscal year from the state that hadn't been available before if this nonprofit trust were to be created. It's also a way to partner with other like-minded nonprofits to partner and make this make more construction of affordable units happen. Since 2014, similar nonprofit entities have produced hundreds of units in similarly sized or smaller counties up and down the state, and thousands of units have been created statewide. So in light of all this, instead of the recommendations before you now, we would ask that you provide staff direction not to set a goal until further sources of funding have been identified, but to immediately direct staff to come back with formation documents to create a trust in the next month or so that affordable housing can get going. We're willing to continue our commitment of staff time and resources to meet the deadline that you set as quickly as possible. We believe that the sooner the trust is created, the sooner we can get to the real work of providing additional units of affordable housing, which is the goal of everyone here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Blake with Placer Community Foundation. You've studied this issue for over 35 years, and now it's some time to take action. Creating a new entity might have merit, but we don't know that, and it really isn't required to secure outside funding. The developers can go out directly for gap funding, and they will if you set a requirement for affordability. Supervisor Gustafson, you mentioned that there would be a need to have 2 housing trust funds, one for the eastern side and one for the western, and I just wondered, would there be $500,000 available for each of those trust funds? Also, you've just had one study after another that shows the need for housing, and we have a terrible track record of accomplishing our need for affordable housing. So it really begs the question about why we would set a goal that would be less than what our housing is needed. And to Supervisor Euler's point, the $10,000 can easily be absorbed by the people who are moving into our community if that, in fact, is the gap. And then finally, I'd just say we need more money allocated to affordable housing. It seems really insufficient given the fact that this issue's been neglected over 35 years. And if we're really trying to prioritize this crisis, we need to allocate a significant amount more resources into our budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. My name's John Gilmore. I am a local designer here in Placer County. I've designed many houses throughout the county. I've designed secondary dwelling units. I've designed regular houses. I've designed garages, you name it. One of the things that keeps coming back to me more times than ever is the cost. It's not the cost of the house. It's the cost of the fees. The last house I designed, it was a 1,200 square foot secondary dwelling unit here in Placer County, $80,000. It was $80,000 is what was paid to the county to build that house. So if you ask yourself, how can we reduce those costs? Because everything I've seen in here is great. I mean, the county subsidizing these buildings is fine. What are you doing to reduce the costs? Are you giving any money? I say giving, excuse me, I shouldn't say that word. Are you allowing those houses to be built maybe without fees? Are you having the building official come in and say, hey, we don't need to have a minimum, we can adopt the minimum standards of the homes, they're a little smaller. Are we allowing those same properties, excuse me, the residential 2.5 acre minimums with a secondary dwelling on them, are we allowing those properties to be subdivided? Because you know one of the biggest problems with a secondary dwelling unit is the original mortgage holder for that property. They can't refinance it once they have a rental on the property. So that is becoming a huge issue, and it's going to be even more so. I suggest the county allow staff to allow small subdivisions in those areas so they can do a separate parcel. Maybe it's a sub-parcel. But something like that would help when you're talking about the costs associated with building these houses. I haven't heard any of that, and that's why I'm here. As a designer, as someone that talks to these people that pay these fees, it's a lot of money. The sewer connection fees are just ridiculous, and I know you don't have any. Excuse me. I know you don't have any control over that. But the water connection fees, these are fees that maybe the in lieu that we're talking about, maybe those in lieu fees should be paying for those connection fees. The recent subdivision over here behind Rayleigh's, I couldn't believe how much money that cost. It's a shame. It's an absolute shame how much was paid for that project. That is a project that could have been done by the private sector. It could have been done in a much more effective manner if you would have taken the time to realize what the costs are that go into those buildings. And that's what I'm here to say. I don't want, my recommendation to you is not to take action. Because I don't think, and no dog on staff, because I know many people that work on staff, I don't think staff has looked at it at that perspective. And I would like you all to at least take an opportunity to look at the cost of construction, because we can sit here all day long and say we need more affordable housing. It's not going to be affordable if people can't live in it. You can't build a house. I mean, literally $325,000 is what it costs to build a 1,200 square foot house. Do the math. Excuse me. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Cheryl Berkema. I'm an engineering program manager by trade, so I'm at the principal level. I understand how to do programs, which is roadmaps, success metrics, evaluation of programs, and I'd like to start with priorities. Priorities in the district have not been on affordable housing. We say they have been, but I have written this board several times on the priorities that have come up. Regional University, Sunset Plan, all of the major developments have come up before affordable housing. One would think that you would have affordable housing policies and then you build large communities and apply those to those large programs. So the priorities have clearly been for large-scale developments and working with developers and giving them entitlements. There's been a pattern of practice of specific plans coming in, and then 10 years later down the road, you go in and modify them and reduce affordable housing. That has been the pattern of practice. I think also there's been, I do want to thank Sean, I've seen tremendous clarity and growth since you've been on this program. And I think you've done a fabulous job at that. I think there's this is really distilled, I think, with a lot of people, and I think you are actually responsible for that. One thing I will say, I'd like to echo the multi-housing. When you're thousands in deficit, you don't make that up onesie-twosie. You apply serious, critical programs that will address large numbers. It's a big-scale problem, put big-scale solutions on it. And so I would suggest that there be more affordable housing. I also think that day-to-day behavior is the hardest thing to change in a program. So we have blocks and blocks of all these recommended solutions, but the day-to-day behavior is what is killing affordable housing, in my opinion. An example, on the Board of Supervisors, we had White Hawks. You brought that up, Supervisor Euler. It's approximately $750,000 for each of those households. They receive 4 times the density the developer did, 4 times. So when you talk about 750 times the 56, it's $55 million. We're talking 10%. Yes, we expect that. You got 4 times the density. So I cannot believe that we're talking $100,000 here, a little bit there. Where is all this money going? That 10% is not being accounted for. An epic fail is the in lieu program. After 20 years, if you have not built anything, then that in my mind, those metrics are fail. Don't do it again. Why? It's the definition of insanity. Why would you keep beating your head against the wall, doing the same thing over and over again? In terms of one of the latest programs that came up for placer planning was the Rancho del Oro Estates. Placer planning just passed that. The project came up, 89 units. It was supposed to be, it was 3 different extensions happened. Placer planning was supposed to provide an evaluation to see if any circumstances had changed. Guess what's changed? We have an affordable housing commitment now. That project should have had 10% levied, or at least that should have been evaluated. That day-to-day behavior on every single project that passes through is going to be the hardest thing to change. It doesn't matter what policies you put in place. If people keep sliding things under the covers, it's not going to change. So I would suggest that there be a little bit more oversight and accountability, transparency in terms of the types of projects that come through, and that there's some type of report card that says, this is where the goal we're going after, which I hope is option 3. And get rid of in lieu fees, they don't work, but report on it. Where are the metrics that show the success, the actual numbers? How many houses have you built? How are you going to get from point A to point B? Where's the ruler that shows all those programs? Thank you.
Thank you. After this gentleman, is there anybody else down here? We still have some people up in Tahoe. Okay, I see one other fellow rising. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard. On the recommendations, I fully support the creation of a housing trust. The idea is to do something that's been successful elsewhere. Use that model that's been able to get funding from a variety of sources. So I would urge you to move forward today with formation of the housing trust. One point of clarification, there was a mention earlier in the hearing about the Roseville model. Since 1985, 99% of the units built in Roseville have been in specific plans, large planning areas, lots of densities, lots of different land uses. Through 2010, There have been obligations for rental housing, also for a small amount of for sale housing. For sale housing was subsidized. The world changed, obviously, with loss of redevelopment, and there are no further subsidies provided in specific plans in Roseville for any kind of moderate income housing. Since 2010, there have been no specific plans approved that included for sale housing that's a requirement to build in terms of affordability levels. It's all been in rental housing. Looking at that, there's never been a requirement in the specific plan for all for sale housing to have an affordable component. Looking at your recommendations relative to what you can actually move forward with, you need to be creative. The most expensive type of housing to be built is, again, coming forward right out of the ground. You found it with the Justice Center at, what is it, $450,000 a unit. One of the things that housing trusts do is they also look at acquiring housing and rehabbing that and then deed restricting it, because it's a much cheaper way to get people into housing in the short term as opposed to building and addressing the cost of construction. And while we can talk about fees, it's not just fees that are involved, but the cost of construction, cost of labor. I represent multifamily builders. If you're in the Sacramento region, the reason why until recently we have had no market rate housing built other than in the urban core downtown is because the cost of construction, the cost of labor for multifamily housing, you pay San Francisco wages. Well, we don't have San Francisco rents here. So that's looking at those cost of construction, materials keep going up. The best way to look at this is to create an entity that's flexible, that can use funding from other foundations. Other foundations are not going to write a check to the County of Placer to do affordable housing. It's not going to happen. They will go into a 501c3 and a housing trust that allows you to be flexible and address the variety of goals and policies you have. Simply saying 10% of all new construction is going to be affordable, if I could, Mr. Chairman, spend a few more seconds, gets to Chairman Euler's point at the very beginning, which is the White Hawk example, and I do not represent that project, of the gap of $350,000. $350,000, not using an average, not using what was used as the $10,000 a unit and what funding could be, but $350,000 for those 5 units generates a need to come up with $1.75 million. You spread that on the other 50 units, because that's how you do it. You spread it on the other 50 units, that's a $35,000 hit. And that's not just $35,000. You have to look at financing that. So it might be closer to $40,000 or $50,000 a unit by the time you get through. So again, coming up with the most inefficient, expensive process to build affordable housing is not going to get us to the point of getting more units on the ground. We think the Housing Trust is an opportunity that has worked. We're not cutting new ground here. It's worked elsewhere in the state in similar sized counties, and we urge you to move forward today with that and that alone, and let that Housing Trust come back with goals and, of what they think can be accomplished. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phil Rodriguez of Lewis Group of Companies, also the chairman of the board of the North State Building Industry Association. I'm here representing both. Most of my colleagues here have stolen most of my thunder, if you will. I do want to make a few statements, basically how appreciative I've been to staff with respect to this entire process, and really the stakeholders as well, for listening to our side of the aisle with respect to the cost of construction and the challenges that we face on a daily basis. It's been touched on a little bit about the cost of housing. We're faced daily, often it seems, with new regulations and requirements that just drive up the cost of housing in the state of California. When you're talking about the average price of $500,000 per unit, it's incredible in my mind. We have to mitigate for just about everything you can think of. And then what I've expressed to the stakeholder group in our numerous meetings is we're not the driver of the affordability issue. We're not the driver of what is really a societal issue. We're trying to provide housing to all, period. We're not opposed to the construction of affordable housing. What we are challenged with is being forced with the entire burden of constructing that housing, whether it's in a fee or whether it's to subsidize it through building so many units, 3 units per 10 or 8 units per 20, whatever the number is, you still have to spread that across the market rate units. And that, in effect, drives up the cost of housing for everyone else. So we applaud the efforts with respect to staff's recommendations. We encourage you to move forward with the development of a private investment trust fund to help stimulate additional revenue sources that are out there through numerous stakeholders that are willing to participate in this process. 501(c)(3)s are great options for that. We believe the county can force that development of a trust and the implementation of all of the things that can come great out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing nobody else here in Auburn, the folks in Tahoe want to address the board on this item. Go ahead and step on up, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Euler, members of the board. This is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association, Turkey Tahoe. I want to thank Shauna for the tremendous job she did. There was a lot to digest, complicated topic, and she was lightning fast on Friday answering my questions after I reviewed the staff report. Have some general comments for you. I'll keep this quick. We support the approach, the way that the county has looked at this by trying to define or calculate the existing and future housing needs in units and money. But
Uh-oh, we just lost audio. I don't know if you can hear me. Hold 1 second. We'll see if we can get audio back. I don't think there was anything on your end. I mean, us down here. Is it really quiet there, or do we just have no audio? You want to pantomime your words? So you do it? Okay. Let's see. Sounds like first word, short word. Yeah. All right, we're working on reestablishing audio with Tahoe. Do we think we lost audio with Tahoe?
Lost audio with Tahoe. Can they make sure the mic is pushed? We don't have control over the mic.
And we think maybe the mic died? Uh-oh. Okay. All right, well, we try to do that. Let's see if we have any board questions for staff at this point while we try to get Tahoe back and online and let them finish their comments. Supervisor Wygant, you have a...
Yeah, if I can find him here. So I just want to see if I'm tracking staff's thought process as well, and if I understand this in the context of all of the complexity and interrelatedness of it all. So if we focus on your slides, I think 6 and 7, the units and the cost, to comply with the...
Right, why don't you hold that thought for a second, and we have audio back. While we've got it, let's use it. So step on back up.
all right, I'll make this quick. Thanks to Shauna, did a great job. I will briefly run through some points here. We support the county's approach to try and define or calculate existing and future housing needs in units and money. We don't have insight into the methodologies or assumptions to know whether the totals are accurate, but you have to start somewhere. So with that, let's move forward. The county's looking at 2 goals for the future: unlock 5% of your existing housing stock, and also try and make sure 10% of new units are in certain income levels. I'll remind you that on the east side, we already have a very stringent 50% employee or affordable housing requirement. So not sure how the 10% would affect the west side. I think there's more discussion to be had about incentives and how that program would be created. Very skeptical about the 132 units per year, which is 5% of your existing housing plus 10% of new. However, you have to start somewhere. So it certainly would be a starting point. Option 5 deserves your support, but needs to be monitored and could be modified. Third, the county's allocation of the $500,000 seed money for the 3 example programs, we think has merit pending more detail about those programs. Fourth, we join our friends with North State BIA in strongly supporting the establishment of a private housing trust fund to work in conjunction with the county. Certainly have no concerns with an East Side trust fund as well, if that is feasible. Lastly, I wanted to talk about some of the additional revenue sources that were listed in the staff report. We are strongly opposed to an affordable housing impact fee. This would be a new fee on top of the 50% employee housing requirement that's already in effect on the east side. We do support a $50 flat parcel tax. We think it's a modest annual amount. It's more reliable, not subject to the economy or weather, and it's broad-based, not just development contributing towards an overall community problem. We do support reallocating TOT, but not increasing TOT. And lastly, support staff looking at all ways to generate revenue and come back to you with a report. So that was pretty quick. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in Tahoe? Okay, seeing no one, Supervisor Wygant.
So, just trying to make sure I understand perspective and exactly all the numbers and how they relate. So if we look at our total long-term housing needs through 2040, we have 13,305 units. And the cost of providing for those, the gap between what the market would provide for, and if they were to be built, we would need an additional $1.8 billion over that 40-year period. So that's like $45 million a year. And your option 4 essentially is assuming, I think, that we would accomplish about a third of that.
So the 13,000 is all housing types. The cost is just looking at the gap for the affordable unit. So it's a little less than the full 13,000, about 9,000 units.
9,000.
And then the funding that we're talking about today is kind of the local contribution. There are, as we talked about, some private development options for funding to help close that gap. One of the ones we talk a lot about are the tax credits, the 9% or the 4%. Those are things that developers do on their own. They don't come through a local jurisdiction. But about 20% of that gap is generally comes through in some form the local jurisdiction. So that's the money that we're looking at, and that's roughly about the $12 million per year.
12 million total, our contribution about 2.3.
Right.
And your expectation would be that you would start smaller and ratchet up.
Absolutely.
And with that, I'm assuming that particularly as it relates to the housing authority, you're not really sure. I'm expecting you would then, if we adopted this, you'd be coming back to us fairly frequently, particularly in the beginning, with a lot of policy questions about how you would fund all that, because from what I'm hearing right now, you don't have a specific plan that you're taking forward, providing to us to sink our teeth into where all that money would come from, and the questions Kirk was raising as it relates to how the remaining 10,000 per year would be funded and shared. So is that all correct?
Correct. Yeah, that is some of the items that we had mentioned earlier, like looking for creative ways to maybe be able to attain more of the SB2 funding, or looking at more of a formula fund through CDBG. Those are the types of things that we're looking at to help fill that gap, that 20% that normally comes through. Those are going to take time to get together and roll up. So the concept here today is start small and grow the program as those opportunities come. But each one of those would require coming back to the board for policy discussions.
Right. But if we're starting with that 10% target, that's a specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to follow that with specific funding mechanisms that are not today resolved. So things like 10% inclusionary and an in lieu fee would, I'm assume, be coming back at least as a question to the board to give you direction as to what to do with those things.
Correct. So 10% is already a requirement of our specific plans, right, and for all general plan amendments that increase density. So that's already policy that the board has adopted. If we decide to expand on that and look at kind of an overall goal of 10%, those are those types of policy conversations that we would need to further have the board. And then again, looking at the fee, that if that is going to be an option to help address that affordability, the board would have to take action on that as well.
And again, just make sure I do understand this, because I wasn't exactly sure. I think you tried to answer my question, but I know it does get complicated. So the option 5, the 10% with the target of transitioning into achieving the RENA goals, starts out with about a third, targeting a third of what we would be targeting if in fact we were targeting the full RENA 2040.
It just looks at the portion of RENA that is for an existing need today for those highest cost burden households. So about 5% of our existing homes we've identified as being extremely cost burden for housing. So it's targeting those in an effort to try to achieve those. Yeah.
Okay, so so maybe my question would be, the third would be more if you targeted the full 13,305 units generally, we would be starting attempting to accomplish about a third of that, roughly. Is that accurate then?
A third of the
13,305 over a 40-year-ish period.
20-year period. It would be, yeah, I don't know if it's a third, but yeah, it'd be.
But roughly,
yep.
we're that level of
for
proportion.
the 5, yeah, 132.
Okay, so that's the only question I have at this point.
Okay. Other board members have other questions. Supervisor Gustafson.
I didn't even push my button yet. He reads my mind. The stakeholder group. I heard some testimony earlier that there was agreement on a higher standard on these options. Is that accurate?
On these particular?
On the options, the program establishing the goal.
The 3 options that we
Yes.
have here today?
No, the options on slide 13. I believe I heard that there had been agreement on a different option than 5.
No, we did not reach agreement.
There was, they were talking about their agreement on the 10% inclusionary requirement on specific plans.
Correct.
Okay, that was the only agreement that was reached.
Which we already have.
Right. Were there any other agreements reached by and how many times does the stakeholder group meet?
I think they met about 6 times since the end of last year, late January. There was a list of about 11 or 12 items where there was, consensus reached on a few of those items. Others, there was not. And most of that, I think, as you heard testimony today, was pretty much in and around the fee amount. So, yeah, those that would be a subsequent report we would be bringing back with all of those items that they discussed.
Okay. That was my only question. I wanted clarification. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other board member questions, just a couple observations that I have. First of all, people were talking about $12 million. We understand, folks understand that we operate year to year, balancing our budget based on projected revenues and known expenses, and that each year cost of service delivery is going up faster than our revenues. And so we're already in the position of making some pretty tough choices with our general fund dollars. If you want to know what $12 million taken from our general fund and committed to this looks like, raise your hand, young man. 68 of him gone. 68 sheriff's deputies gone, $12 million. These are big decisions. Something that I've never understood as we talk about affordable housing is the amount of resentment that folks seem to have for the one segment of our society that actually provides housing, the home builders. I hear they make plenty of money. They just while we were sitting here out of curiosity, I looked it up. Lennar, perhaps one of the largest home builders in the country, gross operating revenue last year was just over $20 billion, $20.5 billion. Net income, $1.6 billion, operating margin of 8%. You wouldn't go into business for yourself if your operating margin was going to be 8%. Meanwhile, Apple last year had $265 billion in gross operating revenue, net income of $60 billion, a 22% margin. I don't hear people saying, well, evil Apple is profiting off of all of us. For some reason, we want to vilify the home builder who provides one of the three basic necessities. I just don't understand it. We won't solve this problem without working cooperatively with the home building community, the people that actually provide the product into the marketplace. Something else I've never understood is how, on the one hand, people can stand in front of us and say, don't provide density bonuses, don't build more houses, don't increase zoning, and on the other hand say, why can't you provide affordable housing? Simple market economics. You want to drive down the price of something, you increase the supply of it. It's really that simple. So, I am very supportive of staff's recommendation to move forward with the private trust. I think that embracing the home builders and the steps that they've already taken to reach out to the donor community. I know of conversations they've been holding with major financial institutions, with healthcare providers, all of whom would be interested in partnering with them in some kind of a private endeavor. I am supportive of us testing some of these things that we've talked about, the deed restriction concept and those kinds of things. I guess my question is, where does that best reside, and are they mutually exclusive? If we have a deed restriction opportunity that we pursue, does it preclude a private fund from pursuing the same kind of thing?
No.
Okay. If we use public dollars, I'm assuming that precludes the private fund from using. In other words, if the board were to say, we want to pilot this, we partner with nonprofits all the time. Does it trigger any additional requirements on a nonprofit if we say, we want to pilot this, but we don't want county staff piloting it. We want to partner with a private nonprofit to pilot some of these things, and therefore we want to give $500,000 to seed this in a private nonprofit as opposed to a county-managed fund.
I think setting up the program guidelines will dictate that, so I don't think there's a specific change in those. The concept here was to establish some type of a revolving loan. Who manages that, I think, is separate and apart, but that if we are going to pilot this, to determine its level of success, so that we know whether or not it's something we want to move forward, on as more funding comes in as a solution to affordable housing.
Okay. Supervisor Gore?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who came to testify. This is a really challenging issue, and we know that affordable housing in this community and communities throughout the state, it's challenging. So first, I want to say thank you for the folks, staff of course, but the folks who participated in the conversations about what this looks like. And it would be great if we could wave a magic wand and provide $12 million a year. We don't have those dollars to just take from our taxpayers, just provide $12 million a year to provide the housing, because we don't, well, number one, we don't have it. And then we talk about what is the cost. One of the biggest drivers is the cost. And so I appreciate the gentleman back there saying, what are we gonna do? We have to look at our fees and reducing fees, looking at ADUs and reducing fees there. So we have to do those creative financing types of things. I do think that the Housing Trust Fund, putting together a Housing Trust Fund will be helpful. In the city of Roseville, we had a separate community development corporation where we were able to put dollars aside and have a private entity work to redevelop our downtown, and we were able to utilize those dollars. So I think that this is a really good way to utilize dollars, get dollars for outside of our community grant funding to try to start building. And I agree, we have to start building. But the county can't build. We have to work with the building community to do that. And we've got to look further past the county funding to make this happen. Because I think there's a lot of truth in that somebody's paying for these dollars, which is all of us and everyone who lives in our community. Our taxes would pay for the gap funding. And that means we're not going to provide services in other areas. No, we're not going to get rid of 68 deputies. However, it does mean that we have to reduce services in some place. So I want you to know that we are struggling with this, and I appreciate you all advocating, right? Because we're having these conversations, and that's really good. So we have some steps. We can start with the target, right? We can start with that 10%, and we need to increase that number. We know that that's a big lift, but we've got to just find other ways to get that money, because it coming out of our pockets, out of our local taxpayers' pockets, as well as asking somebody who's buying a $350,000 home and they're struggling to get that $350,000 home, and then you're adding an additional $10,000 on a home, that would have precluded me from buying my first home. And there is still some affordable product in our community. So it would be great to do number 3. We can't do number 3. We don't have the dollars to do number 3. But I think we have to look elsewhere to get some additional dollars. And so as I listened to our folks from the faith community, it really struck a chord with me that we've got to expand this conversation. That it isn't just those of us who are dealing with this every day, but we do have to start engaging our community and our local churches of what can we do. The quotes from the Bible, I appreciate, but at the same time, it wasn't government's responsibility to do all this. It was individuals' responsibility to do this, which means what can I do at my local church and our local synagogue? So this is a much bigger conversation, and I appreciate our faith community partnering, but we do have to look outward to find some additional dollars and be creative with our solutions. So I need you all to know that we appreciate the conversation, and it's tough, and we can't wave the magic wand, but we can look at some creative ways to finance, to reduce fees, to have more multi-unit housing, which hopefully developers can build. We've got to look at a lot of different creative solutions, and I think we start with a goal, and then we start making progress to it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Gross. Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, maybe because I'm perfectly comfortable with staff's recommendation for option 5. I think through that, it will set a goal that will have to be addressed and backfilled with a lot of policy answers that staff will have to bring back to us. I think that'll drive a lot of continued dialogue within the community, and with that, I want to thank staff for all the work they've done over the last couple of years. I know it's been exhaustive, it's very complicated, there is no magic wand. I think it does require a partnership. I think Kirk's comments about demonizing the building or construction industry for this issue is literally ludicrous. And I think both of us are wanting to look for a broad-based solution to accomplish the fullest that we can with building healthy communities, because that's really what we're in the business of doing at the county. So I think the option that you provide, 5, is well thought out. It's pragmatic, keeps everybody's feet to the fire. It's a good starting point that's going to need future resolution. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Supervisor Gustus?
First off, I'd like to thank staff. You've done a tremendous amount of work, and I appreciated all the briefings and all the time and effort that's gone both into these recommendations today. I personally would prefer, and I was going to propose, that we look at option 2, because I think our goals need to be loftier. I believe we can get there, and I believe this county and these communities have more resources. I know nobody recommended it out there, but I was trying to cut a middle ground, and I don't think I'll have support for that. But I want to share with you that I do think we should shoot higher. Personally, I think to look to $6 million annually, I think we can get there with our combined efforts. And those efforts, I would really like to look at staff as well. I mean, I heard earlier that there's an acute housing issue here in the Western Slope. I would say it's a crisis in Tahoe for many of our business owners and our community members. But I'd like the county to lead by example, and that's a practice I try to use. And I would ask us to really look at how we can reduce fees, how we can streamline by providing land, providing funding. What can we do to lead by example? As we set up the trust, it is one part of the solution, and hopefully many will see the opportunity that if we can't look at a transfer fee, that when you sell your home, at some point all of us who have made progress in our equity at our times in our lives when we go to sell, that we can voluntarily transfer to a trust fund some of those dollars, and let's get a campaign going on that. So I think the private trust is going to be helpful in many arenas. I don't think no industry on its own caused this. We can look at a lot of factors in California, starting back in 1979, whether we like it or not. We started changing the dynamics of what we could do in public agencies to serve our communities. But I would ask us to lead by example at the county level and see what solutions we can come up. I would ask all of our industry leaders that are here today and all of you in the faith-based communities and who testified, I really appreciate coming up with suggestions for what to do. And I'd ask each of you to lead by example and start to trust each other to contribute and come up with solutions that are fair and equitable across every group. And I thank you, Pat, up there in Tahoe, for actually standing up and saying that the Contractors Association supports a parcel tax as a mechanism. Those are the types of solutions that are hard for people to talk about, but we need to get them on the table if we're going to solve this issue. So I echo my counterparts' comments earlier, other than I'd rather have a loftier goal, but I'll leave that.
Supervisor Holmes?
Shauna, I just have to tell you that you've really done a tremendous job herding all these cats. I mean, trying to get your arms around what's been going on, and you've really done it. You brought it down to a reasonable way for us to understand it. I agree with most of the comments, and I understand Supervisor Gustafson's concern about the Tahoe area with option 2. But I'm really fascinated with private housing trusts. I think that's an interesting way to go to provide the nonprofits to contribute. I know the hospitals are having the same problem trying to get housing for their employees, as well as some of our other businesses. So I'm in support of the recommendations that you have before you. Thank you.
Okay, well, at this time, seeing no other board comments, staff has placed 3 recommendations before us. They include establishing the housing goal to proceed with program option number 5. They include the supporting the funding request for the housing pilot programs conducted under the Housing Trust Fund, as well as the creation of a private housing trust. What is the board's pleasure?
I'll move approval, and if I just want to make one last comment. I know the inclusionary and in lieu thing gets discussed a lot, so I'm going to elephant in the room maybe, but the inclusionary issue in the general plan needs to be enforced, and I'll just point out that the Bickford minor revisitation had it pulled out and was replaced in with an in lieu fee, which in fact did not generate very much money and nothing close to the gap that would have been required by them had our general plan standards been applied to them. So that's a motion and a commentary, I guess.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on the motion? Okay, we have a motion, Wygant, and a second, Gore, on approving staff's recommendation. Any final comments before vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Just with my colleagues' concurrence, I'd like to ask staff to accelerate the creation of that private. Let's work with private industry, get that sucker going, and bring it back to our board within 6 weeks, by October-ish, somewhere around there. I'm sure with their help, you guys can be back to us. Sure. Okay, that's
we
great.
definitely bring something.
We'd love to. All right.
our board letters due next week?
Yeah.
At this time, we do have some closed session items. I know we have department items. We have some closed session items, and I think probably a couple of my colleagues are hungry. So we're going to go to closed session, take a brief lunch. Lunch will only last as long as closed session items last, and then we'll come back and take up department items. So with that, County Council.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of real property negotiations. The board will then adjourn as the board and reconvene as the successor agency to consider one item of real property negotiations. Then the successor agency will adjourn and reconvene as the board to consider two items of existing litigation and one item of anticipated. On the item of anticipated litigation, let the record reflect that Supervisor Euler will be recusing himself from that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn on the microphones, and since there are three of us present, we'll go ahead and ask council to report. Well, let's see, can you, if I wasn't
Well, I
for one of the
can't
items?
until we get to that point.
Okay. All right.
Maybe we should wait for.
We'll wait.
It just will be easier
We'll
that
wait.
way.
I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead, Brett, step up, let's take your item. You're here.
Thank you, Honorable Board. Brett Story, Public Works. I'm here before you today to ask to approve the award to Robinson Enterprises in a not-to-exceed amount of $799,985 to perform mechanical thinning and biomass removal as yet another part of the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contract and any change orders up to 10% of the individual contract amount. And just so you know, we have 4 contractors working. This contractor would be another, same contractor, but another, and I have a 5th contractor that will start in a couple of weeks. We've done about several hundred acres. We've got logging trucks 2 to 4 a day. We're really starting to move the material out. It's almost safe now to go up there.
It's a phenomenal project. It's great to get a tour of it, and great job.
Is that a motion and,
Well, I was waiting to see if you want to go on public.
okay. I think all the public is gonna refrain from hopping up to comment on this one, so.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
All right. We have a motion, Gustafson, the second was that Holmes? You see, it's down here, I can't tell sometimes also. All right,
Take the
motion
blinders
Gustafson, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, would you care to report out of closed session, please?
The board met in closed session to consider an item of real property negotiations. The board heard a report and gave direction. The board then adjourned as the Board of Supervisors convened as the Placer County Successor Agency and heard one item of real property negotiations. The Successor Agency Board gave direction. The Successor Agency Board then adjourned and reconvened as the Board of Supervisors to hear two items of existing litigation. On both of these, the board authorized defense and indemnification of the individually named county defendants. The board then heard an item of anticipated litigation. For the record, before this item was heard, Chair Euler recused himself and left the room. The board heard the one item of initiation of litigation and provided direction. This concludes report out of closed session.
Thank you. We'll take item 8, facilities management.
Good afternoon, Lori Morse, Deputy Director of Facilities Management. Today I'm here requesting your board approve a fiscal year 2019-20 budget amendment to cancel general fund capital reserves in the amount of $4 million to fund the county's contribution to Placer Valley Sports Complex's approximately $28,500,000 indoor sports event center. Your board on December 18, 2018, approved the ground lease and agreement between the county and Placer Valley Sports Complex, which allowed the construction and operation of an approximately 160,000 square foot indoor sport event center. Part of that ground lease agreement included the county's contribution of $4 million upon receipt of an invoice from Placer Valley Sports Complex. The invoice was received on July 1st, mid-July, and it's being presented to us for payment. At the time when the board approved the ground lease, it was expected that the payment would not have been requested until final budget was approved. The pace of the construction has exceeded expectations, and therefore the request for this funding has been asked for. So what we're out here today to do is ask for this budget amendment that would transfer this $4 million into the capital project so that the funds can be paid to Placer Valley Sports Complex.
All right, board members have any questions on the item? Seeing none, public? Pleasure of the board. Was a motion Holmes, second Gustafson? That one was on purpose. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, we need a roll call budget amendment. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we do need a roll call.
Gore? Wygant? Yes. Holmes? Gustafson? Euler?
Aye. All right, moving on. HHS.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. So today at the last board meeting, I was here with Dave Coffran from Probation to ask your board to accept a $6 million Prop 47 grant award that will allow us to deliver additional services to probationers. Today I'm bringing forward the related contracts in order to operate those new grant services. So there's 4 action items. First, to approve an amendment to contract CN 005968A, Proposition 46 Action Team Services, to incorporate the name change of the contractor Community Recovery Resources to Granite Wellness Centers, and to extend the end date from October 16th, 2020 to August 15th, 2021. Second, to approve a contract with Granite Wellness Centers for the period of August 15th, 2019 through February 15th, 2023 for Prop 47 Grant Cohort 2 Action Team Services in the amount not to exceed $4,377,378, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County concurrence and any subsequent amendments up to $100,000. Third, to approve an amendment to the agreement with Nancy M. Callahan, PhD, doing business as IDEA Consulting for the evaluation of the Prop 47 grant, to extend the end date from August 16th, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. And lastly, to approve a contract with Nancy M. Callahan, PhD, doing business as IDEA Consulting for the period of August 15th, 2019 through May 15th, 2023 for Prop 47 grant Cohort 2 data collection and evaluation in the amount not to exceed $300,000, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and any subsequent amendments up to $30,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So the focus of the Cohort 2 grant is to expand the action team services currently operated by Granite Wellness Centers to individuals of all ages, and will include a housing and vocational coordinator. The evaluation has been previously done by Nancy Callahan, and that will continue because she's been doing a good job. It's no fiscal impact. It's going to be, but grant operated, no county general funds required. Any questions?
Questions by board members? I don't see any. Any members of the public? We'll take it as one. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board on item 9A, 1 through 4? We have motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you so much. All right, and item 9B.
Hello, my name is Jeff Smith. I'm the program manager for the Whole Person Care Program in Public Health. The action requested before you is to adopt a resolution concerning one-time housing funds made available through the 2019-2020 state budget, authorizing the following. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to submit a letter of interest which serves as the application, and to accept funding in the amount of just over $1.3 million. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign any associated agreements, subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, and related documents with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to implement the one-time housing funds through individual transactions not to exceed $10,000. I have a lot here about how awesome the Whole Person Care Program is, but you'll have to take my word for it for now. Basically, the state wants to give us $1.3 million for housing, and so that's what we're asking for your approval.
All right. Board members have any questions? Seeing none, any members of the public? What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. All right. Moving on, Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. Today I have for you the introduction of an ordinance amending your schedule of classifications to create the position of Deputy Director of the Community Development Resource Agency. As background, the agency, also known as CDRA, has 3 divisions, including Building Services, Planning Services, and Engineering and Surveying. The Tahoe CDRA office provides comprehensive services in all 3 of those areas in the Tahoe Basin and surrounding areas. These functions were previously managed by an assistant director who recently retired last year. The department has been evaluating the service needs of the satellite office in order to determine how best to fill the vacancy. So while an assistant director provides executive level assistance and oversight related to an entire department, CDRA's current needs require broad-based expertise across 3 major areas, or the 3 major areas of its divisions, but has specific focus on overseeing the services provided in Tahoe. Duties for this position include addressing projects unique to the Tahoe area, including housing and development concerns, as well as coordinating with stakeholder partners, which can be a job in and of itself sometimes. And some of those stakeholders include TRPA, ZTC, other local agencies, and of course the community members. This position would also be a single point of contact to increase consistency across divisions and allow effective delegation from the department head. Given the scope and level of responsibility proposed, Human Resources recommends the creation of this classification of the Deputy Director of CDRA. It's consistent with other deputy director positions, both in the agency and throughout the county organization. And it could be used in the future to manage internal agency-wide functions, such as information technology, geographic information systems, housing programs, counter services, and other administrative tasks. But for now is anticipated to be used solely in relation to the satellite office in Tahoe. There is no anticipated fiscal impact of filling this position, as the department seeks to utilize funds budgeted for the more costly assistant director position. That's all the presentation I have for you. The director of CEDRA is available for any additional questions.
Do we have a time frame, assuming this is approved, when we would set about looking to fill it? Will there be a recruitment? What's the plan for that? Do you know?
I would anticipate a recruitment imminently.
Okay. Great, thank you. Board members have any questions? All right, anybody in the public? No? All right. So we had a motion, Gustafson, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none? Thank you. All right. And we are on to, board, committee, and commissions. So I asked that this be agendized for a specific purpose. Subsequent to me doing that, Supervisor Gustafson, you raised a concern about one of your assignments.
Yes.
You want to go ahead and do yours?
Sure. I currently serve on the Air Pollution Control District and the California Tahoe Conservancy Board, and they routinely conflict in meetings. So not knowing that when I accepted my assignments, just right after I took office, I didn't realize I was going to have that standing conflict. So there's 3 of us on the Air Pollution Control District. I don't know if there is someone who would be interested in taking that seat.
Are there 3 active board members or 2 and 1 alternate?
No, there's 3 of us.
There are 3.
That meet regularly? That's
Those 2 and me.
Yeah.
When does
Wow.
when does it meet?
The Thursday, the second Thursday, sorry.
I think it's
Thursdays.
I think it would be very I would think it would be very complimentary to your SACOG duties. This would be very helpful to the role that you're playing on SACOG. I think having this information. Yes.
Air pollution meets.
It was last on the
Second Thursday, even months. So you're signing up.
And the California Tahoe Conservancy.
Oh, is this the one, Robert, where you have to rush down the hill to go to the waste management meeting?
2:30 p.m. is the time.
Same Thursday as landfill. And garbage.
So did I hear a motion? Did I hear a motion to nominate Supervisor Gore? I served on it before. I'm happy to step back in if that's the pleasure of the board.
Actually, it's one of my more interesting committee assignments, I think.
It is really interesting. I hate to give it up, but.
Okay. Without all the fanfare, I'm happy to step back in if that's the pleasure of the board.
That would be terrific.
Okay.
Do you want to appoint Gore then, or Supervisor Gore as the alternate?
Yes.
We still need an alternate.
Yes.
Then I could be the alternate.
Yeah.
Probably would have to be the alternate.
Probably. Okay, so we'll move that direction. And then you're gone, speaking of waste management, you're gone in September.
And I think October.
And I'm fine with October, I think, but I'm your alternate for September, and I'm actually down in Southern California on that particular day. So, yeah, so is there somebody else that our board is willing to appoint for that one meeting so that we have representation? Because I am, when I found out that I was gonna do that, that was,
I think that would be wise.
yeah.
So if you can't be there, we need to have somebody else at that meeting, because we're in the middle of.
That's why I'm
big
saying we would need
conversations.
to, right now, take action to appoint somebody for that particular meeting.
That's September 12th?
Yes.
Hellhole retreat and stuff, that's why I can't make the October meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't either?
And I'm out of town that whole week.
Oh, then we might have to ask staff, and I'm gonna be meeting Eric right now. We may need to change that meeting to maybe the following week or another time in September.
Yeah, if we can, so nobody is available to make it on the 12th?
I mean, I'll be going, but if the rest of y'all can't, and I'm a current member of that
Oh, that's right, 'cause we
board.
have 2 on that one, don't we?
We have 2, so
forgot about that.
I am already
Oh,
attending
okay.
that meeting, but we will be one short.
Yeah.
One county person short, and I think that we should not be short a county person during these conversations.
Right. Yeah, if we can delay it 1 week and do it on the 19th, I can be there for that. The 12th, and I'm down in San Diego. Okay, all right, then we won't worry about appointing a alternate right now. And then the other item that I wanted for board discussion was in regard to Pioneer Power. As my colleagues are aware, Pioneer was asked to consider a series of options, including associated with rate increases. Our board has 2 representatives, and there's a weighted vote system based on the demand by jurisdiction. And in the creation of Pioneer Power, there was a lot of work done to create that weighted vote system and make sure that our board was well represented. In the rate conversation, your 2 representatives had differing opinions as to which direction we should go on the rate increase, and it resulted in a splitting of our board's vote. And I think it's very important that our board speak with a unified voice. And so I've had the opportunity to speak with Supervisor Holmes, and I think that Supervisor Holmes have agreed that insofar as it doesn't violate any rules, we will just have good conversations amongst ourselves on these issues. But I've also suggested that in the future, if a rate increase is proposed for the Pioneer Power, that as representatives of Pioneer Power, we would bring that conversation back to our board and give our board the opportunity to opine, knowing, of course, that you can't bind us, but you can remove us if we don't do what you want, and our board's done that before. That if that meets with, if that satisfies my colleagues in terms of how we move forward with our Pioneer representation, where in the future any proposed rate increases, we will have a conversation at our board level, and your representatives will receive direction from the whole board as to how you think we ought to behave when we get to Pioneer, then I'm comfortable moving forward that way. Any thoughts from any of my colleagues?
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, then we'll keep the representation there the same. Any other changes that are necessary? Okay, so we will see on consent in the future the one change, and no other action on that is required at this time. And I believe that takes care of everything. I didn't miss anything, did I? Nope. Okay, there being no other items before our board today, we will adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Supervisors, which will be September 10th, and we will be absent one Robert Wygant, but we will have fun nonetheless, I'm sure.
You're going to be absent me as well.
Oh,
That week.
okay. Wow.
The 3 of you will.
3 of us. Talk about your weighted votes.
Yeah.
Woo. Man.
Right thing.
All right, so we're adjourned.